Hello. How you guys doing? Welcome. Yeah, so I'm a little late today because I rolled out of bed at like noon. About noon or so. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Some guy Bridgewater, hello. Yeah, so we're going to be continuing with some FDS stuff today. Every base is base 10. yeah, you're not wrong on that one. So yesterday, I said on Friday that I was going to revisit my disassembly code and try and find it. I did that 5 minutes ago instead. Only to find out that there's changes that are uncommitted, which is cool. It's fantastic. So I'm gonna start with figuring out what the hell happened here. Yeah, I guess I might actually exception unary. One exception. I might later on, depending on how far I get and whatever, I might change gears and do more of this. I was doing this today as well for a little bit, finding the traces underneath chips and figuring out where they go. Some that were kind of confusing. There was one in here that I don't remember where it was. Maybe it was this one that looked like it went to both of them, but it didn't make much sense to me. I don't know. One piece is really fitting. Jim Mega, hey, don't welcome. Outer Fast, hello. But yeah, I'm getting a little further on that. A little bit. I did take pictures of. So why did my music stop? Pretzel, what the hell? Jeez. I did take some pictures of the capacitors and the transistor. When was this? Yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. This guy's really hard to get across in an image because it's really hard to get focus on the damn thing. Let's see what it's actually saying. I think that's 100J. I think this is this guy right here, by the way, C7. This guy. The text is on this side of it right here. This side right here. Really annoying to get to. Met some of my future colleagues at a company winter party on Thursday. Nice. I was really nice. The company invited me before I even started working. Yeah, nice. Looks like Hawkley. Kind of does, but it's a capacitor, I think. I don't know. It's one lead goes to one of the power rails, either ground or power. I forget which. No. And there's a bunch of these guys. So all these little guys right here are all the same value. It's 104 with an underline. I don't know what that means because it's not my wheelhouse. And there's these other little guys, these other little capacitors on the front of the board, I guess, right? And then the transistor right there. Mr. Nice Man, how you doing? Welcome. But yeah, like I said, we're not starting with this. We might get into that later. Yeah, styrene capacitor. Right. Yeah, that I didn't know existed. I didn't know clear capacitors existed until I saw one on a board. Like, what the fuck is this? But anyway, today, I do want to see if I can get a better view into the dump I have from the Donkey Kong DK3. So I've got two dumps of this. One of them is a straight dump of this ROM, of this cartridge. And another one off of this disc right here, which green screen kind of freaks out about. Yeah, well, I technically have two dumps off of this one, but one of the dumps is kind of weird because it has leftover data from what was on the tape originally. But I want to see the differences between the two ROMs. and I need to get into a spot that I can actually compare them, right? So I have a disassembler project, well, more like an emulator project with a disassembler kind of tacked onto it. That's what this is. So we're going to, first off, we're going to commit the stuff that's uncommitted from however long ago. No idea how long ago. At least 4 months, or about 4 months, maybe. 2 years, 4 months. Excuse me. What the fuck? Okay, that's a few. That's all right. Mm-hmm. Jesus, I haven't touched this in a while. And then we're gonna see if we can use this. I don't know. The 100J capacitor is apparently a 100 picofarad. 5% tolerance. The J. Huh. All right. Time. Yeah. What the hell's with the time? November. Okay, I touched that in November. All right, that's not as bad. What did I do in November? I don't remember. What the fuck? What did I do? Actually, breakpoint event. Oh, I started fucking with that. Right. I don't remember why, but I started like redoing some of the breakpoint stuff. Does this build? Okay. Why is there no makefile number one? What's in here? And then what is in bin? ls that directory. Okay. So this was figuring out audio engine stuff, trying to. This was that the original reason I wrote this was to figure out collision bullshit. Oh, right. Okay, so the breakpoint, I think, was starting of trying to get a REPL for the freaking scripting language in the study box. That's probably what that was. All right. I'll tell you what, I want to go a language reference up on my birthday at the start of November, and we're already in December. Welp, missed that one. Well, you didn't say which year, so, you know. Carl underscore, how you doing? It's a cap, but it's typically before the IC. But you put typically before an IC to support the power rails. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I thought it was. Because they are everywhere between the two power rails, right? So these chunky boys are the power rails, voltage and ground, and the caps are right there, right across that. So that's what I figured that they were. So they're everywhere. There's whoop 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 whoop. There's a few spots where there's what's it? Vias for them, but they're unused. Why does that go to that via? What the hell? Oh, it's because it goes to the power rail, not the via. Okay, well. Okay. Bet you that goes over here too. Right down there? Probably. Anyway, like I said, not doing that right now. My other goal is I want to do some Bootstrap compiler by the end of 26. No clue if that'll happen. Good luck. Good luck. Okay, what else do I have different here? Mapper study box, that changed. Okay, core changed. MMU stuff. Oh, gee, that's like I changed everything. What the fuck? Oh, these are the best actually work. Diff core.go. Why did I comment out that? Disassembly stuff? Oh, because that's not even fucking tracked right now. So this is a mess. What the hell? This is an absolute mess. The hell is all this? Oh, because I wanted... Right. Now I know why I fucked with the breakpoint stuff. It's because I wanted breakpoints set on certain study box things. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it so much. Because none of that made any fucking sense. The way I had it, like... The way I started doing it. God damn it. There was a new method comment that mentioned that stuff had been replaced. Where? In core? We worked this entirely. ME visited. ME visit have been rewritten. Okay. Diff MU mapper manager. Check if this address has been visited. Mark an address is visited. Okay. Do I do anything with that? I mean, yes. Okay, well. What's that? Okay, so it's moved over here. Visited. Offset address. At the offset. I think that's just like offset into fucking... Like offset into ROM. Well, I guess that would be offset into whatever type of memory that is. ROM, or in the case of the study box, RAM, with the different RAM banks. That breaks with more than one type of bankable something. Yeah. Some of that since the committee so might not actually want it, might well not actually be used yet. Yeah, so I don't think it really is. But the kicker, I'm gonna want this for the current thing that I want to do. So I'm probably gonna want to continue revising this. Cause yeah, like this stuff offset into what? So with the study, well, with your standard ROM, like offset into something that would be okay. Either, well, that would be program ROM, right? But with study box and the Souseiki Fammy, that's under RAM. And like with the disk system in there, that isn't necessarily like static stuff that's swapped out. That's like, oh, this is the chunk from the disk that we loaded in. Right? So if anything, I'd want to tie it to that, not to the address it's loaded into. Oh, God. Oh, this is going to be sticky. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. But it makes more sense having it attached to the MMU, that's for sure. What an entity system is. Yeah. Pasta Rhymes, how you doing? Welcome. Designed to handle mappers via the offset call, but you probably hadn't thought of code in RAM yet. Yeah, so the originally it was attached to the core, which is just CPU land stuff, right? Which worked well enough for the stuff I was doing originally, right? Which was just ROM, like standard ROM things and like, you know, the standard mappers, right? But as soon as you start getting into like weird peripherals and things you plug into the cartridge port or whatever, that all goes off the goddamn rails. All of it. All of it. Full RAM manager and NES. Right. Okay, so this is just MU manager. No. That one. Just interface definitions. All that is. Okay. What changed in here? Visited. I added visited. Check if this address has been visited. Okay. Talk a bit about a thing I'll be working on with my future colleagues, although I'm not exactly sure what it is. I do like the code name they gave it. Project Roadrunner. Oh, okay. Have a meat preface in the comment. Must be a crime. Yeah. Moving to the MMU is a step in the right direction, but maybe not enough for what you want now. Right. Probably not enough for... Probably... Well... Yeah. Having it here is a better spot for it. Certainly. I don't know if any of this actually assembles. What the hell's in here again? SPX REPL, StudyBox test, breakout. Test I need something that will trigger a build of everything. But like, well, actually, can I just go build here and it won't like give me anything? Okay, all right. It won't give me anything. Give me an executable, but it will try to compile the shit. All right. MU NES 45 hasn't visited. Cannot use that as a map. As a map. Huh? What? As a what now? Offset UN 16 UN what the, oh, is that like type or something? What the fuck? Oh god, what was I even? Oh no. Offset address. What the shit is this? Record the what? Mark an address as visited and record the CPU address it was mapped to. No. Oh god. No. Oh Jesus. I see what I tried to do here. I tried to be cheeky with it, and oh god, I need a struct. I need a struct, not some bullshit with maps and nils. All right. Well. Syntax error. Okay. Breakpoints. 9. Type breakpoint event type. Ah! No! Oh god. 19. What? What? Event that isn't a thing. No, it's EV. 34. What? Read this out. U and 8 and 118. Oh god. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, it was tending to use the map as a set. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think I like that. But I'm going to get it into a buildable state and just commit that first. And then we can fuck with it. Cannot use read as UN 8. Because that read run breakpoints. Core T UN 8 type. Nope. Breakpoint event. core. 218 right here. Oh god. Core has no field method. DASM visited. That's no longer there. That is in the MMU now. Where do I? Oh fuck. Where is? Where's the MMU in this? Memory. Okay. So found c dot memory dot visited, right? MMU manager address. It just has an address, not an offset, an address. Which, yeah, okay. Because in theory, well, not in theory, that address, as far as the CPU is concerned, is in CPU space. But the MMU, in theory, should have, should know exactly what's mapped in there to trace it back to where it actually is in and all. Okay, yeah, okay. So, yes. Visited, so I just need the address. What the fuck is the address here? Dazzling tree is core status. Oh god. No. Just no. That needs to be completely rewritten. Yes. As the to-do states. Okay. All right. So we're just gonna start committing everything, I think. Breakpoints, core. Oh, core test. That's what the other thing is. Okay. Go test. Test doesn't build. Okay. Huh? See, the dozen two probably. Yeah, I'm gonna ignore it for now and rewrite it later. What the hell does this say? 490. ROM undefined. Car has no method for the method ROM. Oh, I changed all of this stuff, didn't I? Oh, I changed all of this. Ooh, I have to completely rewrite the tests. They haven't been kept up. Okay, I'm gonna ignore them for now. Go dot star, whatever's in there. Add mappers, study, but actually before I do that, wasn't there in here somewhere spaces that shouldn't have been there? I feel like there were some. What the fuck? Yeah, this guy. All right. Add that. MMU manager and MMU NES. Oh, right, because, okay, so static disassembly. I've got some shit in here for disassembly. That I don't think is used right now. It's not used right now, at least not in core. Grep, command startup go, but I want to look for new. No, okay, so that's not used at all. Okay, good, it's fine. Commit some stuff. Start reworking some CDL stuff Visited and no. Recording visit. That doesn't look right. How do you spell visited? That visited. That's why it didn't look right. My God. Notice as I was typing it out over there. Visited and recording visited addresses has been moved to the MMU from the core. The core does not. The CPU does not know what the MMU mapper has visible in relation to the underlying hardware. Now, this still needs a lot of work, but it's a start. Spell simple English word, modeling. Okay, listen, all right? So, English spelling is a bastard, number one. Thank you, fucking French! But, whatever. Was it A? No, it's V. GitHub. Why do I have it over at GitHub? Shout out to Greek and Latin and German. Yeah. And Galish and a few others probably. Yeah. English is like, what, 2, 3, a dozen languages in a trench coat? Yeah. With all the other languages English is commingled with. Yeah. English follows other languages into dark alleys to mug them for loose grammar and vocab. Yeah. Okay, so now that I'm in a certain spot, I think I might want to fix the tests, maybe. Or, no, before that, hang on. Before that, MMU, go to the manager first. Check if this address has been visited. Mark an address as visited. Okay. I guess I'm not. EMU NES. Really, the mapper would really understand what's mapped in or not, right? In theory, the MMU would know if it's a mapper or not, or if it's cartridge space or not, rather. Open bus, what have you. Saying Swedish, learning to speak it is fine, but learning to spell it requires a great memorization, or knowing a bunch of French, Low German, Latin, and Greek. Jesus. Yeah. So yeah, this hasn't visited here. This, I don't think is correct. I need to steal words to have a fucked up spelling system touch. Look what they need to do to mimic a fraction of our power. Yeah. All right, what mappers do I have here? Banks. What the fuck is this? Bank type. What in the shit is this? What the fuck? What? What the hell? When did I commit this shit? 2023. What? Why? Huh? Bunch of stuff for disassembly. Okay, fair. DASM tree. What the shit? Just the whole state of the course. Something I don't know. Oh God. Ah. Oh God. Well, that's in core. Okay. Haphazardly SQ shit. Okay, that's the static disassembly. Oh. Oh, so that's to. All right. So that was. Okay, so that function is to try and statically disassemble everything. Got it. Okay. DASM tree. Whoa. Okay. Okay. What the hell? What? MC1 examples? What? Current mapper works via data instead of mapper specific code. Ooh, that could be it too. You know, I think you're onto something there. Because that would actually make sense. Thanks, MC1. State. Okay, looks like I didn't actually do anything with it. RAM copy. What the fuck? Oh, that's setting a state. Okay, okay, no. New MC1, fix me. This doesn't account for character ROM. Ah! Right. Yep. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I didn't start using that, so we're going to ignore it for now. Yeah. Mappers go. Okay. Available mappers, new mapper function. What the fuck is this? New mapper func. Register mapper. Okay, yep. All right. That's for automatically determining the mapper based on the header, the Nest 2.0 or iNest header, I think. All right. That's what all that stuff's for. Given the current mapper configuration, is the provided CPU address in RAM? Oh, that's that one, but moving it to memory type. Okay. Yeah, I'd want to change that to... I'd want that as a constant, but okay. Read. Return by a ROM offset, not CPU. Why? Do I use that anywhere? And that only accounts for PRG stuff, not RAM stuff. Yeah. I also have a fun thing where most languages in their have their word for math based on the Greek word. We had a guy who said, "Screw it, I'm gonna invent a purely Dutch word for this." Oh, okay. Since there's some mappers that even allow runtime adjustment of the bank sizes, it might be too static unless the core would allow runtime changes to the bank layout. Yeah. I figure. Well, what I probably figured was. God damn it. This right here would be for the more generic shit, right? So things that, you know, just have a weird but like fairly simple setup, right? where the mapper would just, you know, the mapper itself would use that, but the only like differences in the mapper would be the registers and how the registers affect the shit that's mapped in or something. I don't know. That's probably my what I was going for. That I never fleshed out. Good man, hey, don't welcome. Yeah, reasonable. Have a generic mapper implementation that uses those for common cases, and then weirder ones that can do their own implementation. Right. Yeah, I think that was what I was getting at with this original code. Was have some code that I could use for a bunch of different ones, but still have the ability to do random ass shit with with the weird ones, like the study box or the Souseiki Fammy. Yeah. Destruct, yes. Yeah. And this state stuff, like, I don't know if I actually used that anywhere. The get and set state. Like, I had those in there for fucking reasons. I don't even know why I put those in there. I don't think I use them. I don't use what's new enough. Yeah. Imagine if calling new NES could actually create a new NES console for you. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. So where I want to get this project, this code, right, is into a spot where it is a generic-ish 6502 assembler. Or emulator, not assembler, emulator. Where I could tack on, you know, a specific version of the NES PPU or whatever. Or, you know, tack on some, like the MMU for like a Commodore or some bullshit, right? That's the idea. Or at least have the flexibility in the code for that, right? I'm nowhere fucking near that, but, you know, it's, you know, pipe dreams. Now, what do I mean tack on? So I want to make this as modular as I can, essentially, right? Which ironically would mean the core would be not the core of the system. The core of the system would essentially be a master clock. And then you just attach shit to that. But yeah, I don't know if I set it up nicely for that. Yeah. Yeah, the way I currently have stuff set up is the MMU or the mapper is disconnected enough from the core, the CPU stuff, that the CPU doesn't really need to know what's mapped in where. Mainly because it just doesn't in hardware anyway, number one. But then getting the stuff that that I, you know, want from this, this assembly, essentially, gets a little bit more involved. But then again, the fact that it's so involved would allow me to disassemble the weird shit instead of just what the CPU can see right now, which is what a lot of like disassemblers kind of, I think, operate. I think so. With my experience, anyway, with like disassemblers for 6502 and the NES, mappers are a mixed bag of headaches, right? So if you want to disassemble an NROM game, so a mapper that is not a map, everything is just directly wired to pins, right? There's no logic changing out banks or anything like that because you can't change out banks, right? So everything that is currently available to the CPU is always what's available to the CPU. You can't change that. Disassemblers work really well for that, right? You know the entry points because you have the three vectors at the end of the address space, and you just, you know, go from there, essentially, right? But as soon as you add in a memory manager or a mapper that remaps banks, fucking all bets are off. Because you don't know what is banked in to certain spots at any given moment in time if you're just looking at it from the CPU point of view. Because there's a state that you need to keep track of in the mapper that changes during runtime. Right? So if you're not aware of that, certain writes to certain variables, or addresses rather, change what's currently mapped in, which would change what you need to disassemble. Yeah. Yeah, and adding on top of that, 6502 code is not necessarily trivial to static analyze. Yeah. I mean, so the simple stuff, right, is easy enough, right? If you're not doing anything too complicated in 6502, it's straightforward. But as soon as you start getting into like the little tricks of like modifying the stack and shit, again, all bets are off. You push some shit to the stack, and your RTS goes somewhere else. Coding Ram, hello, how you doing? And the bank remapping occurs with magic values written to magic addresses. Yes, that are different depending on the mapper. Your JSR, and then there's inline data. Exactly. Yes, that was actually brought up the other day. Somewhere. I don't know. I don't think it's in my Discord. I think it might have been in the NestDev Discord, where the inline data are arguments into the JSR, right? So that routine that's called like would add a value to the address. So it'd pop the return address, add the number of like arguments essentially, add the argument size, and then push it back to the stack and return after that, or somewhere else, or who knows what. Yeah. One of the flags has a known state at a certain point, so you use a conditional branch that's always taken. And then there's data or code. Yeah, and then there's that bullshit. Like the set carry flag and branch if carry immediately after one, immediately in a row, right? So your disassembler doesn't necessarily know that can't ever change or whatever, you know? Because like for the smart disassembler stuff that I have written a bit of, with kind of with this and with the study box stuff with the script, is whenever I see a branch or a jump or a call, a JSR or what have you, I basically take the addresses going to and just add that to a list and continue onwards, right? So I don't take that branch or that call until I hit the end of that current execution, return, or jumping back to code that I already know what it is, and then I'll take that branch, right? But if there's data right after that, like that throws so many wrenches into this assembly, because then I have to actually execute this code and make assumptions based on that. Well, not really assumptions, but then I need to figure out like state and shit based on all that kind of stuff. Well, first time I've ever seen someone use flags. Really? I think I've used it a bunch. Because yeah, the flags are labeled P in CPU documentation. So yeah, flags with a PH. All right. Anyway, where do I want to go to from here? Another example is writing to a separate area of stack and then changing the stack pointer temporarily to do a fast call sequence with only RTS. Yep. PP updates on NOI. Yep. You've done that. Yeah. So weird shit happens, basically, is what we're getting at. So basically, the safest way to do a disassembly would be to just run the goddamn code, right? Which then brings in other oddities of like, okay, well, a bunch of this code, all the code, whatever, reacts to user input, right? So if you don't emulate controller input, you're stuck on the start screen of a game and you get nowhere, right? You might get, you know, a little bit of a demo mode or what have you, which might, depending on how they do that, might get a good chunk of the engine. But yeah, I mean, you won't get any further until you can simulate pressing the start button to start the game or some shit, you know? So this code is hard to trigger. Yep, and this bit is actually executing data kind of at random. It only works by accident. Yes. Yeah, which is, again, a bit of my motivation for this here. So in the core, I do have, like, oh, what was it called? Run routine. This right here. So this, given the current state of the core, it goes to routine, and this function returns when that routine returns, basically, right? When there's nothing more on the stack is essentially when it returns. When it hits an RTS with nothing on the stack is when this guy returns. I think? Or does some routine depth bullshit. I don't know. This right here. Yeah. What else is that used? I don't know. Is bank switching often used for program data? Yes. It is for both, actually. Frequently. Very frequently for both. Frequently and common. So there are mappers that just bank out graphic stuff, and there are mappers that just bank out program data. And then there's mappers that do both, right? And then there's mappers that have extra RAM as well. So yes, it's a whole minefield, I'll say. Mappers. So this one is your NROM, right? Everything is wired directly. There is no bank switching of any kind. MC1. Program ROM capacity, 256 or 512K. ROM window, 16 plus 16 or 16 plus 16 fixed or 32K. RAM window, or RAM capacity, 32. RAM window, 8K. Banking out RAM. Character capacity, that's your images, your graphics. 128K. Window, 4K plus 4K or a whole 8K. And this is one of the earlier mappers. I don't know if it's the earliest or not, but it's earlier in the life cycle of the system. But yeah, extremely frequent and common for banking out both. Yeah, and you can get like pretty advanced with a lot of this stuff. And this is all runtime, by the way. What's the coolest non-mapper game I've seen? I don't know. I mean, there's some like demo scene stuff that I've seen that's pretty neat, but sometimes games, JRPGs, require a lot of data, just program data, and without a mapper, you only get 32K at most. So yeah. No, Micromages is NROM. Yeah, they did a lot of really clever stuff for their maps, and how they stored the maps. Very clever stuff. Now, if you were to create a mapper that has an unlimited amount of banks, could you run Linux on the NES? Where was it? I thought it was in here somewhere. Was it this? No, it's not that. Do you mean this, Joe Mega? Do you mean this? See if it actually gets anywhere. Yeah. So this is Linux running on an x86, running through an x86 emulator on the Famicom on hardware. I don't have the keyboard plugged in, but if I did, I'd be able to type and show you. Well, actually, I can type with hitting some key combos, I think. But yes, this is actually Linux, not very useful Linux, mind you, but it is Linux on the Famicom on hardware. I forget where I got this, but yeah, it's it takes absolutely forever to do literally anything, including typing. But yeah, it does technically work. You need to be patient. This was designed for a much faster machine, but it works. Yeah, it does technically work. It's excruciating to use. It takes like 5 or 10 minutes just to boot, I think. And then typing out a command will take you 10 minutes sometimes. But I mean, yeah, it is a thing. Now just run a game on top of that. I think it actually has like Tetris in here. Oh, we're at a prompt already. Wow. Okay. What is it, like select? I think. Yeah, select gives me a prompt. So you and what? Well, I don't know why the keyboard doesn't want to work anymore, but all right. Oh well, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I proved my point anyway. Emulate a NES game and messing on the NES. No. No. Oh no. I was worried about that. That's come true. This is one of the standoffs on the Souseiki Fammy. It's literally just fucking glued into place. Oh, that's terrifying. Okay. Hang on, actually. You know what I might want to do? I want to replace these standoffs. So I have nylon standoffs of different sizes. Let me just compare sizes real quick to this. So I don't want to like. Oh, that's like the same exact fucking size. That's beautiful. Screw on the bottom, that's a little big, but I might end up replacing the screws on this. Maybe we'll see. The nylon ones. Yeah, those might actually work better, honestly. Yeah. I might replace all the screws on these. Well, no, I'm sorry, not all the ones that hold the motherboard on. Now that this is broken off. Yeah. I mean, so I don't. I do not plan on keeping this for all that long. By the way. Yeah. So I'm gonna be. There's someone that I am gonna be giving this to. Eventually, but so I'll. I mean, I'm not throwing anything out, but if I replace these standoffs, I'll still keep the originals with it. I'll pass those along, but yeah, we'll see. That is like glued on, kind of, or like melted onto the case, I think. Oh, I know. Oh my God, how many of these are coming off? Another one just came off. Okay. Let's actually get one of those. The right side, right? Yeah, the right side. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the construction of this thing, I think I mentioned before, the construction of this thing makes me anxious. Very anxious. Yeah. Yeah, like the fucking bare screws and bolts onto the motherboard, basically, right? No washers to speak of, no pads even on the board, right? Like these holes are just bare goddamn holes, right? There's no nothing around that to give it grip or to make sure it doesn't tear through the damn board. Do I have pictures of the original state of the insides? I don't think of this. The metal, I don't think. I do of the shell. Not very good pictures of the shell, but I do have pictures of the shell somewhere. Yeah, not very good pictures of the shell because, you know, hard to get contrast on it. But I don't know about the base plate, you know. Yeah. I guess not of the base plate, no. White balance? Yes! Yeah. So, well, yeah, these are just the JPEG versions. So, on my camera, I have it set to take JPEGs that are 1920 by 1080 and compressed to hell. But I also have the RAWs as well. So these are not the full resolution of the images. This is from the full resolution of the images, right? But yeah, so there's one of these holes, this one, that like wasn't lined up correctly, I guess. So like the screw started eating into the board. So that's, which one is that? Yeah, it's this one here. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know if I want to like snap the rest of these. All snap, I say. I don't know if I want to remove the rest of those like hastily melted on standoffs or not. Yeah. If that might be a good idea to take a few before too many of those come loose. Yeah, that's true. I need to, okay, I'm going to take one of the screws with a bolt and put it through this so I don't lose the thing. Put back my tray with all the others. There's one, and give me another one. Yeah, I have a little like tray that I'm keeping all these screws in. Normally for this kind of thing, I would, like that I've done with the side box recently, I would put the screws in the case, right? Like lightly with my fingers or whatever, right? I wouldn't screw it down tight or whatever. I haven't done that with this one for whatever reason. Probably because the screws are just so tiny and a pain in the ass to, you know, work with. Like here, I have the screws like actually in their holes, right? So this is what would, these screws are what will hold the two halves of the shell together. But I just have them like, you know, hand tightened in there, so I don't lose them. But yeah. Let me get some screws in And these guys are a lot softer than metal, right? So I figure they'd at the very least, if anything's damaged, it'd be the screw or the standoff and not the board, right? Which I would prefer, I think. But yeah. So why sign up so in case I lose more, I don't lose them. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So these, thankfully, I mean, there's only like 2 types of screws, and one cannot go into the other hole, right? So it's a larger one that's got a bolt on the end of it. You can't really see that, but it's a larger one with a bolt that goes through the board and a standoff and keeps it on the base plate. And then there's itty bitty ones that keep the shell on. That screw the shell into the base plate. Those are a bastard. But, yeah, completely different sizes, different size heads and everything. Yeah. Out of the way. Anyway. Malik, how you doing? Welcome. It's going slowly, but it's going. Okay, so now that I've figured out more or less where the hell I am in this, what are my next steps? I think my next steps are to implement disk system stuff first as an MMU thing, as a mapper, right? And then from there, we should be able to add on the Souseiki Fammy from that. In theory, right? Right, maybe. Possibly. Yeah. And I might be able to implement that just as a mapper. I don't know if I necessarily need to do MMU stuff. Although, no, okay, I might actually want to keep it as MMU because of loading different disks and all that kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, so let's start there. My introduction to Golang, I guess. Well, Fammy mapper, that's a field for the cart mapper and a field for the FDS mapper. Oh, God, you're right, too. Oh, my God. Yeah, so it might be better just to stay at the MMU level for that and not go into the mapper level for it. MMUFDS.go. So first we're going to just start with FDS. MMU import probably some stuff. Yeah. Funk. The MMU is mapper. MMU is one level above the mapper, so it's CPU core, MMU, and then mapper, right? MMU holding stuff like labels, for instance, that is passed down to the mapper. Disassembly handling some of that stuff, handles the RAM. And the reason I broke it out into its own thing and not just having the mapper handle it, because I want to be able to handle the PPU address space as well, which the mapper would have had to handle. But because it's extracted from that, the MMU would handle PPU space versus cartridge space for the map for the PPU, right? As well. Once I eventually get that, because I don't think I've actually implemented that for anything yet. But yeah. Think about your disassembly problem. Can't you just tag the different regions that get switched in and then search through that? yes, that's going to be one of the approaches that I take. Is basically saying, hey, start here, and I know this is a function, disassemble this function kind of thing, right? In fact, that's what I use currently for some study box stuff. So if I go over to here, and it's script parser, I think it's this. Yes, it's the smart parse right here, right? So what this does is it reads in a CDL, right? Code data log. That will have regions of code versus data, and it also has entry points, right? Where is that? CDL right here. So it's got code and data, lists, address list things. Entry points is the other thing, though. So for each of these scripts, I know at least one entry point, right? That's the start of the script. So each of these scripts, the very beginning is known. The first 3 bytes are known, right? Or known known and static, right? Their type is static, right? So the first 2 bytes are the start of the software stack, right? Which typically is the end of the address space that the script is loaded into, right? More or less the size of the script. And then the first byte after that is an instruction or the start of the script, either a proper instruction or some data for the next instruction or whatever, right? Everything after that is fair game for whatever. So the first entry point is, byte number 3. And then I start there and I, find all the jumps and all that kind of crap and the calls and, disassemble it that way. But there have been a few where oh, this is a massive chunk of code or a chunk of data that isn't disassembled. I wonder what's in here. So there are a few that I've added extra entry points in there after going through and realizing that, oh, the ROM is actually disassembling or the ROM is actually running something here. So I'd go in and then I'd find an entry point and then I'd just go from there. But yes. Yeah. Many mappers also manage remap the CPU space, so they'll need to know about that, but I suppose it could be made optional or something. Yeah. 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 Yeah, because mappers can have extra name table data, right? But I don't want the mapper to have to keep track of the name table RAM that is on the system, right? Only extra RAM that it has. Now I know the character ROM stuff, character RAM and or ROM, that is basically exclusively, not basically, it is exclusively ROM or cartridge space. But like the name table stuff isn't. The sprite table, sprite RAM isn't. The palette RAM isn't cartridge space, right? But yeah, so it isn't like this handles all the CPU stuff. And you can't really go down that way because again, a bunch of that is also on the cartridge. And it's designed that way, right? It was designed to allow more name table space, name table RAM on the cartridge. Now, in-console RAM for both CPU and CPU, low RAM. Exactly, yes. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the idea is the mapper will only handle stuff that is, in the cartridge, right, in the actual mapper, whereas NMU will coordinate cartridge space, internal RAM, and PPU space, right? Yeah. Perhaps if being able to code on stream, by the way, I've considered streaming this stuff I do for programming school, but too scared of being just stuck for 30 minutes in front of an audience. I have been stuck on a problem for hours at a time in front of an audience. And I have frequently gotten math wrong in front of everybody. Gotten simple math wrong in front of everybody. Come by, how you doing? Oh, there it is. Yep. I didn't even spell math right. Oh, as in distracted. Not always just distracted. Sometimes actually stuck, right? where it's like, oh shit, I don't know how to fucking continue from here. I need to go sleep and revisit this in the morning. That's happened a bunch too. Yeah. Oops. No, not range down. No, yeah, I know. I just want to quit. There it goes. Yeah. I'm very happy that no one saw me yesterday when I was stuck for 40 minutes on writing P_lib in one place and P_libs in another. I do that kind of shit all the goddamn time as well. Yeah. It makes sense to make alias types in some cases. Aliasing location to int in case of the labels, in the case of labels map. Possibly. Return all labels for the given type of memory. Yeah, I remember. Wait. Oh, okay. It's from. Was that committed actually? I mean, I guess it is. It's not untracked. Huh. Yeah. But yeah, so Captain Pie, the a lot of the disassembly stuff that I have in code here is going to need to be heavily rewritten, a good chunk of it. I realize that, and I am putting that out for later. Yeah, the amount of times that someone in chat has been like, oh, by the way, you probably want this. And I go, you know, you're right. I think I do actually want that. Was an int map label, I think, commented with map location equals name. Was it? Labels. You went label. You went label. Okay. Name, comment, size. Maybe. No. What do I define label type? Actually, memory type. That here? String. I have it as a string. And I think I took this from the names from these anyway, from Messin. Yeah. We'll come back to this anyway. Maybe I'll try when I have more experience. We're doing some pretty nice kind of old school stuff in school. Oh, really? I'm coding my own printf in C right now. Ooh, okay. Nice. That's, you know, I find that that's a good way of like learning how to do things. Is you take something that already exists, printf, or another common thing is like Linux system utilities, ls, and you know, like cat or whatever. Touch, all like the little commands or whatever, right? And taking those and just rewriting them in whatever language you're trying to learn, right? Or whatever language or tool set you're trying to learn, right? It's good practice. It's fantastic practice. All right, new FDS. So this will need this needs a ROM. IO.reader. Return FDS. The fucking what format am I going for here? Oh my god. Returns that. All right, and we're gonna have a bunch of shit in here, I'm sure. BIOS. We'll just say BIOS. Yeah. Your printf is fairly involved, though. Yeah. Using aliases for just for documentation as in making a location alias may be counterproductive, but making one for address and/or offset or similar may be useful not just for docs, but also let the compiler help you make sure you don't use the wrong int in the wrong place. Oh, like these guys? Maybe. Assuming the location alias would only be used in that one particular place. All right, so BIOS is going to be one of those because that needs to be yeah, that's the ROM essentially. But I think that needs to be a certain size, doesn't it, or a specific size, right? The Famicom disk system, the FDS, that doesn't bank out its BIOS, right? Config messen. Nitrix 801, welcome. Firmware 8192. I don't think it does. All right. I still don't trust myself. 8K BIOS. Nope, it's just that. All right. At E1000. Okay. That is 8192, right? 8 times 10, 24. 8192. All right. 8 times 10, 24. Just that. Okay. Did we get those tapes to finally dump? The tapes or the cassettes? Or the cassettes. Fucking... These guys. Discs. Yes! In fact, I got a little further than that, too. So, not only was I able to dump all 4 of the discs, 5 sides, because one of them double-sided, successfully get all those with good CRCs and everything. I also got a plain dump of this NROM cartridge. This is Donkey Kong 3. And then I took this and put it on this disc and then dumped this disc. So yeah, I've got a before and after of this guy getting onto the disc. And part of what I'm doing here is expanding my tools, redoing or working on my tooling to be able to essentially disassemble disk system stuff and work with disk system stuff. And I realize now that I still need to get that dump somewhere. Milliamps. Yeah, I need to dump that on Discord like I said I was going to, but I forgot. I'll do that after stream. If I don't, someone remind me, yeah? But yeah, that is a significant amount of dumps, especially when I have to root wine drive C users root documents. Shit. Sudo ls. Sudo ls. There it is. These are a bunch of my attempts at dumping different things. And this isn't even all of them. Engineering, reverse engineering, yeah. So, for me, to get a good dump, I wanted 2 identical dumps. Hello! I don't know how to say your name. Hello, welcome. I see fluid in there. Welcome. Actually, what's an old too? Because in here, old. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit in here too. So these are the dumps, the attempted dumps of the Souseiki Fammy discs. May I ask a Linux-related question? Sure. But yes, I have gotten very familiar with dumping and a bit more familiar with the data on said dumps, the .fds files. And in fact, I have started to rewrite FDS list. Yeah. Which is a C program that I didn't write. It's an older one that has questionable coding. Imagine being fluent dubbing, right? Genre as in genre of music or movie, fluid as in liquid. Genre fluid. Okay. Maitre d as in French for someone who works in front of a house. Ah. Genre fluid maitre d. Got it. Thank you. Can I just go here genre? Because I'm not going to remember all that. I want 2 identical dumps. Never mind that for one set of attempts, you got 2 identical ones and a different set of 3 identical ones for the same disc. Right? I don't remember which one that was, honestly. But yeah, so it's not exactly a surefire way, but yeah. I've been looking into reviving my old CD-ROM games. Mostly originally designed for Windows XP. Ooh, okay. So I guess your question is getting them running on Linux. And have heard Linux might be better for this, ironically. Yeah, it is not out of the question, that's for sure. What is my opinion? My opinion is try. Worst that'll happen is it won't work. But with all of the progress that Valve has made with Proton, I believe there's some tools to run Proton outside of Steam, without Steam. Proton is basically like a fork kind of wine geared towards games and a bit more faster moving. More of a Windows person, but learning to love Linux. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna want to be prepared to tinker. Yes, that is correct. Some stuff I have found will just work, right, with no tinkering whatsoever, right? I mean, like the dumper program for these disks that I use is a Windows program, right? The only tweak I need to run is, run it as root, essentially. But aside from that, it just fucking works out of the box. This is why I have to, by the way, this is why I'm LSing into root, because I have to launch the damn thing as root. But, yeah. I heard Lutris and Bader size. I haven't heard of the second one. I have used Lutris a little bit. But yes. Yeah. There are a lot of tools out there. Lutris is one of them. That will help. And for like a bit of context, the most difficult thing I have gotten to run on Linux, successfully, mind you, was modded Skyrim, including the mod manager. It was a bit to get set up, but once it is set up, it, in my experience, just works, right? I don't really need to do anything real special with it. I mean, I have it installed in Steam. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that is my requirement for running Skyrim is being able to mod in a menu system that isn't ass. But it wasn't as hard as I was really expecting. Yeah, stealth Skyrim, right? So step one of modding Skyrim for that, is install it vanilla in Steam and get to the main menu in Steam, right? That's step one, because that will set up the whole environment thing, right? And then from there, there's a command or program that you gotta grab. It's a Python script, something or other, that basically allows you to run Proton stuff from the command line, and specify which environment, right? So for Proton with Steam, the way that works versus Wine for your OS, right? So you fire up Wine and it puts everything in the .wine drive C whatever the hell, right? For Proton and Steam stuff, you get your own entire like Windows or Wine environment per program, per game or what have you. So the trouble with, well, the hurdle you have to get over with modding Skyrim is, okay, you need to run the mod program, the mod manager, in the environment for Skyrim, not in the main system environment, right? And that's basically what that little tool was for, is, you know, give it an app code essentially, and make sure Steam is opened, so you can actually run the thing you want to eventually run. And you just launch that program in that environment, and then you point the mod manager to the Steam, not Steam, the Skyrim executable, and then everything else is as it works on Windows, right? You find the zips, you add it to the mod manager and enable it or whatever, and it just fucking works. And then the hardest part of running modded Skyrim on Linux is figuring out what mod broke your Skyrim, which is the same experience on Windows. So it's like, yeah, you can do per-app wine prefixes too, but yeah, there's a main point in getting it run in the right environment. Yes, yeah, getting it to run in the correct environment, one that's already set up for something else. Yeah. Bazite. Okay, got it. I have. Is that the Is Bazite a distro or is Bazite a program? I forget. Yeah. Just looking at expected it to be borderline impossible. What? No, I've got it set up. I think Bubba Skyrim. Yeah. Was it this? Yeah. Again. This is my launch script, right? Wine Sync 1. Wine F Sync 1. Proton Tricks, that's it. Launch. App ID. This is the app ID for Skyrim. And then this is the executable I want to launch. And then I pipe all output to null, dev null. Because I found out that if you print output to the console, you lose, like, all of your frames. But, yeah, just... You got Steam open. So it just, you know, runs that. I can even do, like, video debugging bullshit. Oh, I haven't launched this in a while, so I don't even know if it'll work right now, but... Yeah. Then that's why I've heard of it, because it has Lutris in other game... Right, because, Gamers Nexus is using Bazite as the distro for Linux benchmarking, right? Right? Yeah. I don't know why it's taking this long. It doesn't usually take this long to start. It's because I have too much shit open. I can hear my fans ramping up, but... And the developer option now has Winboat. I don't know what Winboat means. What is Winboat? Close out of these two. I don't need those open. Or KaiCat. I don't need any of that open right now either. Oh, it crashed. All right, it's calling me a liar is what it's doing. It's calling me a liar. I probably broke. So I haven't started this in forever. I've got updates to do. All right, yeah. There's some bullshit that I broke, but trust me, it does actually work. It does work. I haven't played Skyrim in a while. April is when I played it last. So, yeah. DLL hell. Thank you, Windows. Yeah. Winboat is designed for installing Windows software on Linux. Oh, okay. All right. Winboat. Okay. Winboat, not Vinboat. Jesus. With seamless integration, even. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. I'm have to check that out. Is it in a Docker setup under the hood? I could see that. It is Docker, yeah. Okay. Someone tested it with Photoshop and got it working pretty well. Really? In concept, DLLs are fine, but how they are or were handled, distributed on proprietary systems and all that shit, it just sucks. Yeah. And in the end, the only problem of Linux gaming is still Windows. Yeah. 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 Yeah, and for the record, the only thing that I haven't gotten to run on Linux, let me rephrase, the only game or set of games that I haven't gotten to run on Linux, have been really these guys. This one here specifically. This is the one I wanted. I don't think this gets past like the menu. There's some weird shit that happens with this one. I think it's related to like the intro video, because it's in some weird ass proprietary format that like might not even be supported anymore. I don't know. Yeah. But this is the only one that I've actually had issues with. The only one so far. Everything else in my library just fucking works, right? All this shit just works. Has a gold rating in Portland DB. It's been a hot minute since I've tried. Again, March 1st. And I don't remember if I don't remember how deep I got into it of trying. But yeah, it's been a while. Gamers don't make data mushing videos, I guess. Portland DB down? Is Cloudflare down again? No, works for me. Gold. Yeah. Playable. Oh, that's the deck. Huh. Okay. Shows mouse keyboard. Yeah. Entering text requires mainly knowing invoking mouse keyboard. Yeah. Game doesn't support Steam Deck's native display. Yeah. Three weeks ago. Okay, well. Show older version, set launch options, change configuration. Older version. Yeah, okay. So I gotta fuck with it to get it working. But, yeah. Caching, gotcha. But anyway, that's not what I'm working on tonight. Alright. So anyway, BIOS, RAM, alright. RAM capacity, 32K. Okay, so that's going to be 32 times 1024. Can easily look at deck stuff as Arch after all. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll have to dig into it. It's been, like I said, months since I've tried, so. You're fine. You're fine, genre. You're fine. I get distracted all the goddamn time. It's fine. Okay, so. What do I need to implement for this stuff? Well, I will need a reader for the disk. A read seeker. Probably? IO. Because reader here is just read. I would need to, at the very least, I would need to reset the reader. Which is seeker, isn't it? Seek. Yeah. No, read seeker, this guy here. Reader and seeker. Read and seek. Okay. This was a rookie sidetrack. Is there a read seek closer? You know, there might be. Well, the FDS can write to these things, can it? Britt, how you doing? Welcome. How would I handle that? Read writer seeker closer? Is that a thing? How deep can I get? Write seeker. Read write seeker. Read write closer. I want read write seek and close. Hang on. Type disk interface io.reader io.writer io.seeker io.closer. Do I want that? Do I want that? It's called keep it in RAM now. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, so I'd load the entire disk image somewhere, but have the disk data separate from that. What I want, the FTS to be responsible for opening and closing the files or not? Probably not. Array of bytes, YOLO. Or what I could do is go further down the rabbit hole. Where is it? Here? And essentially disassemble the ROM into a structure that has however many sides that I need. Right? So this code right here is the shit I'm using to what's it? Is the code to rewrite essentially FDS list, right? Bin FDS list, and then I think it's in here, SFWB. So currently it just dumps out shit like this, but it does successfully parse a disk. So basically the ROM would be the encapsulation of all of the game's data across disks, across sides, right? So a single ROM could have, well, I suppose I wouldn't really keep track of disk number and just do side number, right? So if a disk is across, if a game is across 2 disks, that's 4 sides, right? And the ROM will just have those 4 sides. I think. Yeah. But this ROM here, I don't want that actually with blocks like that. I'd want that with just... I don't want that abstracted into, like, files, right? So, like, type FDS file, or... yeah, FDS file. I'll rename it later. It's fine. This would have, like, the name, the type, right? I know it's whatever. Size. You went 16 probably, or it's fucking int. Who cares? And then the actual, like, you know, data, right? Start. You went 16. And then I also want end. That's the range of where it gets put. It's probably a constant. This here, I can't have a constant as an array. I don't think. Yeah, invalid constant type. I can't. And I wouldn't want that as a uint32 because of byte order shenanigans. Would you want to only support this multi-site format, or would you also allow manual loading and saving separate files or whatever? Gonna do is it byte 4 or anything? Yeah, I don't think I can do any kind of array, even if it's even static like this. I don't think I can do. Yeah, invalid constant type, which is why it's a var, not a const. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, there's loading and saving separate files, or whatever. Yeah. Would be a string. Yeah, but I don't want to have to do any casting of the bytes to a string. I've had issue. I know it's not an issue here, but I have had issues in the past where those bytes are valid Unicode code points, which breaks fucking everything, and I don't want that. I had that issue with the Studybox script stuff, where God, I don't even remember what it was specifically. I think it was like string data, or tile data, or whatever the fuck. And I was just printing out the string with %q in a sprnf, and a pair of bytes in there just so happened to be a valid Unicode code point. So it was like a fucking underlined squiggle thing or some bullshit, right? And it confused me for a minute, for a little bit, until I started thinking in terms of Unicode. I'm like, wait a minute, hang on. Go is Unicode native, so it's going to try to decode any Unicode. What makes a thing Unicode? So I had to actually look at the byte stuff for Unicode encoding. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's exactly what this is. Shit. So I had to basically have my own byte to string function that took anything that was non-ASCII and just printed the raw bytes. Yeah. Accessing a string by index should always be per byte, but yeah, other things like printing or using a range loop can we use UTF-8 instead. Yeah, and I'm also, so in this code specifically, in here, where is it? Oh, it's right there. I'm doing a byte set equal, right? Because I'm reading, I'm peeking those bytes, right? This is for the optional FDS header, right? Which is 4 bytes, FDS plus the end of file. It's completely optional, and I don't even think anything else is in that fucking header, honestly. Oh, it's sides, number of sides. Okay, that's the only other thing it has. Magic, the number of sides, and a bunch of padding. I figure I'm parsing that for good measure. Am I using it? I don't know. But yeah. So yeah, I probably do want this. Like, yeah, so instead of blocks, files, FDS file, and just one of those, like that. Name ID. Hang on, it's more than just ID, isn't it? Disk format and the file format. FDS file format, this one. Okay, that's just the header. Yeah, 16 bytes sometimes. Sometimes omitted! Fuck you. Disk format. Scroll down to file amount. That's the number of files that are expected, right? File header block number, file number. There's a file number. All right. ID specify the disk read function call. File number and file ID. Why are there two separate ones? Why? Number and ID. Name, address, size, file type. Okay, so I just need address, actually. Oops. Because that in conjunction with size gets me where I need to go. Omitted for this bullshit, by the way. Oh my god. So I wanted to be able to parse FDS and quick disk formats, right? The only difference between the two is that CRC is ignored, omitted completely in FDS files. Because fuck you. Which means that I have to have, or I originally had two separate structures for the data. One of them was FDS, which didn't have the CRC, and another one was QD, the quick disk, which just embedded the FDS structure and added on the CRC at the end. What? No. So I changed that to, let's write that actually, and then clear out that. I changed that to, all of them have the CRC. But if it's a FDS disk, I remove that. Remove the size on the length, and I add on 2 null bytes essentially to after. So I read however long the data is, right? And add on the two bytes afterwards if it's FDS, and then I decode it, right? I don't decode it directly from the reader. I decode it from a buffer essentially. Hey Jeff, we need a new file encoding. What should we do? Just make FDS and add a CRC to it. It was the other way around actually. It's quick just minus the CRC or something. Maybe? I don't know. But the CRC is on the actual disk itself. So like, what the hell? It's just not carried over to the FDS format for whatever the fuck reason. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea, but hence my frustration of fucking why, right? Now, but yeah, so this will be needed in that as well, won't it? ROM, FDS header. Oh, that's not the right header at all, actually. ROM header and ROM file. How about that? Can't do a CSR on the Famicom. No hurt. It's a 16-bit CRC, right? Come on. Type ROM header. This needs all kinds of stuff. This is always the same, I think, so we're going to ignore that. Licensee it needs the game name, the type, version stuff, disk type. I don't know what the hell that is. The CRC is on the disk, then it's only the FDS dump format that emits it, isn't it? Yeah, basically. Huh. Yep. It's only the FDS format. Something to be able to do with it. Has nothing to do with being able to do it on the Famicom. Exactly. I guess just whoever originally came up with that FDS format just assumed that the CRC was always going to be correct. Oh, it dumped all right, so I guess it's... Or rather, the CRC's checked at dump time, which is a naive... what's it? A naive approach to that, or naive assumption. Because you can't guarantee that that the storage medium that you're storing the dump on doesn't have bit rot, right? Number one. Yeah. Anyway. All right. Licensee. That's licensee. We're actually gonna copy basically all the stuff in here, but byte 3. I want that like a string actually. Game type. I'm gonna want to make that a struct or its own type. Yeah. Version, number, and whatever. Yeah. And if you're dubbing for archival rather than just emulation, you want to be able to store the disks that have the wrong CRC in them. On them. Yeah. Including that fact. Right. Right. And what the wrong value was. Right. Exactly. Exactly. So one thing I do want, so this library here, this strictly FDS stuff, I do want to be able to read, did I close it? I think I closed it. Yeah, I closed it. The raw formats that the imaging software does, right? The .bin or .raw. I want to be able to read those. So we can impersonate companies. Exciting, right? Well, so that's just like a list of known licensees for that. Where the hell? Oh, the date. I don't like that date format, by the way. Whatever the hell that is. Fucking. You know what's bad when there's an. Oh, it's not a whole page. Okay. All bytes are stored in BCD format. Not bad so far. In order of year, month, and day. Okay, sure. The year is usually represented as the one index number of years since the start of the current Japanese calendar era. Either the Showa era, 1926, or the Heisei era, 1989. I'm saying that wrong, probably. Values observed are 61 to 63 for 1986 to 1988, and 1 to 3 for 1989 to 1991. Disc-rated kiosks continue to use the Showa era dates beyond the end of the Showa era, so discs written by the service up to its continuation in 2003 have year values as high as 78. Hex 78. This one number of games use the last 2 digits of the current year instead of a Japanese calendar date. Days observed are 85 to 86 for 1985 to 1986. Fuck. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. What? I hate that so much. That's terrible. That's horrible. Wow. So the way I would solve that is I would print out the date, the year, 3 times and leave it up to you to which one you want to use. Oh, God. Oh. But yeah, anyway, the reason I came over here, licensee, where is that? Licensee codes. 0, unlicensed. And then all the other licensees. Is this full? Is this completely filled out? I don't know if this is. I don't know if this has any gaps in it. It is not completely filled out. Okay. Why did you even read out the date? Fuck you. Yeah, right. This is fuck you specifically. Date screw-ups. Yeah, this is fuck you in particular. Levels of date fuck-ups. Yeah. With a Japanese flair. The Showa errors and all that bullshit. Oh my god. God. Disk type. That I want an actual thing for. I'm leaving out the unknowns. Boot read file. What the? I misspelled something. What the fuck? Boot read file code refers to the file slash. Refers to the file code slash file number to load upon the boot startup. Ah. Boot. with file ID. Boot file. This would be having to decide to use a lunar calendar on top of it. Yeah. Country code. 49 is Japan. What are the others? Nothing, I guess, because it'll only release in Japan? I don't know. The fun thing here is that the file code and file number could potentially diverge from each other. Uh-huh. Yeah, what others? Yeah. Unknown. Rewritten disk date. Speculator refers to the date the disk was formatted and rewritten by something like the disk writer kiosk. In the case of an original non-copied disk, this should be the same as the manufacturing date. Yeah. So yeah, in the actual ROM header, like the ROM stuff, I probably, well, I'll ignore all the unknowns, right? Because getting that back into an image, and they'll be considered static. Yeah, the only thing, yeah, right. All right, disk type, boot file. Boot file ID. ID. We'll give it an ID. Here. Yeah. That may change. Manufacturing date. That needs to be an actual date. Okay, yeah. Date.go. Do I want to convert that to a proper date? Do I really care enough? No. I want to not have to specify 3 byte. I want to have the 3 bytes fucking over here, right, as year, month, day, and then have a string function that I print out the possibilities that it could be, right? That's what I want. That's what I want. Year, UN8. Month, UN8. Day, UN8. It is year, month, day, right? Year, month, day. Yeah, okay. Yep. Yep, yes, date. Raw. Byte. There. Must be 3 bytes. Are these 1 index as well? No further return. From nil, I have to actually do that. Usually 1 index, no? I want to say Perl does some weird shit with that. But we can assume it's 1 index, sure. So if raw 0, no, raw 1, equals, or raw 1 is greater than 0x 12, right? Because BCD, so A through F are invalid here, Or raw 1 greater than 9 and raw 1 is less than 10. $20 a month. Raw 2. I'm not going to do validating each month, I don't think. So I don't think I care enough. So 31. And then there's more. Or greater than 19 and less than 20. Or greater than 29 and less than 30. Invalid day. If you want this for archival stuff, do you really want to validate on creation from input data? So there's two halves of this, right? There's the actual ROM stuff, right? So for parsing. A separate validation method. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm not currently using this in like reading the ROM, right? For reading the ROM, I'm just making sure I get the sizes correct and everything aligned correctly. Right, that's all I really care about from when I'm reading a ROM. But this struct that I'm doing here, up here, would be more aimed towards emulation end of it, not necessarily archival. Yeah. Date, and then nil, year, uint 8, raw 0. Not doing any validation on that because fuck you. Month, day. Yeah, I might split that out into a method or for validation, possibly, but yeah. None of those casts, I don't think, since raw is byte is the list of UNA. Might not, but I'll have them there anyway, just, you know, because I probably don't, but I'm gonna keep them there anyway, just for shits and giggles. String. Now this, so dates are either Showa era from 1926, Heisei era from 89, or the last two digits of 19 whatever. So I'm going to print out all three of those and say, fuck it, you decide. And then the month and day. I think, right? But oh god, it's BCD, so I need to convert that from BCD to fucking decimal. Damn it. You know what? I'm fucking storing that in BCD. I don't want to store that in BCD. Put it in hex. I mean, I could, I guess. But you know what? Converting everything to decimal would make those checks easier. Right up here. And then I could do actual, like, hey, there's not that many days in this month. Already have the checks, though? Yeah. Sounds like I don't care. Yeah. Are these fucking... Yeah. If I just do this, then. Bite by bite. And then this I don't care for, then. Well, no, because I do care because I need to add that to these. So I need them in decimal at some point. So I do need a function to convert it anyway. Okay. Not necessarily. You could add that instead of 98. No, I couldn't. No, I can't. Because BCD chops out fucking 6 numbers in there. Oh. That'll give you A through F. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Is there... Hang on. I'll have a look at how someone else is doing it. Give me a second. Wait, I can just... Hang on. For this, I just... Val shifted over 4 times 10. Or V equals int val. Times 10. Plus val and it was 0x 0f. Right? That's it, right? I'm not losing my mind, right? Okay, all right. Year equals BCD to decimal of date dot year. Okay. Years. Percent 04x. Percent 04x. Percent 04. Not x. D. And that is going to be year plus 1926. Year plus 1989. And then year plus 1900. Although this one I mean, Y2K? Much? I don't think I care. Beat of our way to present numbers in any format. Every digit is just representing the base raised by the position of times the digit. Yeah. Yeah. Since the result is smaller, you don't even really need to convert into... Since you went 8, it's big enough. But I guess it might make the code thing using it easier. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Month. Day. Yeah. I think until we end up busting the max int for UN 8, we have other issues to attend to. Yeah. And honestly, these guys, like... Yeah, you know what? Hang on. Let me... at least do that here. So I don't have to do this shit. Oops. There we go. 100% Y2K. Oh, well, there is if you use that as the base, so... or either one of these, really. It's just this one you get a little more range or upper bounds, you know? And let's go funk. Raw gives me one of those. Although I don't think I care for that right now. Don't have the Y2K button to start with. Yeah, it's a different baseline for the wraparound Y2K, yeah, but it's just not an even number. It'll be 2089 and 2026. Fuck, next year. Ah! All right, so this is going to be FDS date. Be storing it converted after all. At that point, you might as well convert first and do the checks afterwards. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. But hey, I'll might get to that. Country code. Say int. No, this one. That one, I don't think I cared to save, really? Do I care to save it? I mean, we'll have it in there anyway. Why not? We're leaving out the unknowns. Rewritten date. Let's put all these together as well. Disk writer serial. What the fuck is that? Disk writer serial number. No description. Sure. Read-write count in BCD format. Go to hell. That is going to be in not BCD format. Thank you very much. God damn it. Actual disk side. As opposed to the non-actual? What the fuck? What? Side A, side B. Okay, so physical disk side versus the side for the game or some bullshit. Physical side. How about that? Physical side. U&8. I don't. Whatever. It's fine. Disk type other. What? Disk version. UN8, why not? CRC doesn't make much sense in this context because I'm leaving out a bunch of crap. So I'm not going to have that in there. Yeah, because this is a ROM loaded into memory only for really reading, not really for writing. Yeah. Because again, I'm abstracting out the I'm abstracting out the file information as well. Because this, the information in this struct is really across two separate blocks, which would be the file header and the file data blocks. Yeah. I'm leaving out like the block codes. A lot of crap. File number. So I got that number. The file ID. Oh, is ever different? File name, the 8 bytes for that. That's this guy up here. Address, start address for it. Size. File type. Int. File type, underscore, PRAM, program, ROM file type equals IOTA, FT, character, and FT, name table. Why don't I have that in there already? File size, file type. Type, ROM file type, like that. Switch of T, case. Character. Name table. Unknown. High-level structure for ease of use, while the other ones are low-level data formation. Yes. At this point, you may want to have a general BC due to util function. Currently, you don't have it in date go, but you want to use it. Right. I will want to move that somewhere. I'll move that in a little bit. A little bit. All right, what else was in there for the file type? Okay, nothing else really. ROM side, yeah. Yeah. Why is inconst but have a string function? Not why const strings. Following factors compare against and copy around. In general, it's a general pattern for enums. Yeah, general pattern for enums. The underlying data for it is integer anyway. So converting to and from it's easier. There are some stuff where I have string constants instead. But those ones, I think the underlying data that I'm using is the string, or I'm not like storing it anywhere or something like that, right? Yeah. But ideally for that, I'd be able to just cast it to an integer and be able to write it out to a file. No. We're saying strings, but for compares, fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I could do either way, but I don't know. If I'm reading it from data in some other format, I typically keep the underlying data format really similar. In this case, a number, right? All right. So with this struct, I've got a name of some sort. We'll call it the file name for now, because whatever. And then just a list of sides. I don't care how many, at least one. Each side has a ROM header and list of files. Is it correct safe to assume that each side only has a single header? I don't know. Are there disks out there with more than one side? For this structure, do I give a shit? Perfect example. This guy right here has some quote-unquote hidden files because I overwrote another disk that was larger, had more data. I will have to care about that stuff, actually, because some things... Because it's not out of the question that a ROM would load the hidden data, right? Nothing safe to assume? Yeah. Well, how about this? So, in the event that there is more than one header on one side of the disk, for this here, I will split that into two separate sides. Now, that would assume that the header of the hidden page is complete and readable. What if it's partially overwritten? At that point, I don't think it would dump. Is even this format set in stone? Can ROM write to the disk in a raw format rather than using the BIOS routines, or is it firmware enforced? Good question. I'm not familiar enough with the BIOS firmware, actually. It contains a fixed 8K BIOS. This controls the Famicom power on and reset, dispatches the NMI and IRQ, and offers an API for accessing data on the disk. Routines for common tasks, including controller reading, PPU handling, are also provided. Okay. BIOS calls. Disk access routines. Low-level disk access routines. Example of code to load files. Example code to save a file. The disk ID structure, file list structure, header structure. First one directly specifies the data used for generating a file header block. This is followed by 30 bytes which concern the disk, the file data block to the disk. The file count value specified for the structure. I'll see the instruction to the API. Or beyond the BIOS, which runs the CPU and thus can be bypassed. Does the drive have a firmware on the BIOS? I think so. Maybe. All right. Zero-page variables, interrupt vector controls, BIOS calls, disk access routines. These routines take one or two direct pointers as arguments. They must be placed directly after the JSR instruction. Fuck you! How dare you! The return address in the stack is used to fetch the pointers and is subsequently fixed. So about that thing of, you know, disassembling code is non-trivial sometimes. That's why. Zero-page memory will be affected by these routines. Unlike the vast majority of disk drives, the FTS lacks any kind of intelligent tracking system. All BIOS load and save functions will do access to the whole disk, no matter which data they load/save. A simple way to overcome this problem is to have a custom loading routine, similar to the BIOS, but one forcing the number of files to a smaller number than it actually is. What? That way the later files are not accessed at all, and the earlier files load faster. Of course, the maximal time is still taken when loading files that are late on the disk. Yeah, all those cases we talked about aren't just theoretical. Yup, even some official things actually do it. Yeah, like the Famicom disk system. All right, dummy loads are used, i.e. file contents are ignored if the destination address is below CPU address. CPU address 2000. Okay, excluding the X200 to 7FF area. What? Really? Or if the destination address plus the file size will cause a 16-bit overflow. Loads beginning at CPU 200 to 7FF and its mirror, due to bit masking, are permitted. Really? That's interesting. The cutoff address of 2000 is likely a bug. It should have been set to 6000, start of PRG RAM, in order to prevent unwanted register accesses during file loads. But because the address is 2000, the Souseiki Fammy can use the 5000 range. So it works out. All non-disk IRQ sources, timer, DMC, and APU frame, should be properly disabled before calling any of these routines. The value at 101, however, is reserved on entry and restored on exit. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why, in fact, it is a good thing that nowadays file formats are well documented by expensive documentation, dozens or hundreds of pages long. Yeah. NMI should also be disabled, calling vint wait before calling these routines to avoid potential race conditions during disk accesses. Okay. On return to those routines, A0 means no error occurred. Other number is error number. Any other number is error number. Okay, that's weird grammar for that. Main program should test if an error occurred with branch equal or branch not equal instruction. Branch equal branch if no error. Be an equal branch if there is an error. That those work, yes. Structures defined below are used to identify files and disks. In the access routines, the argument pointers should point to these structures in the program. So the structures being this shit down here, I guess. Load files. Load files specified by disk ID into memory from disk, attempting twice before returning any errors. Load addresses are decided by the file's header. Loads into memory locations below 2000 are ignored, but the permitted the maximum of the file list can contain a maximum of 20 file IDs to load. Oh, at one time, wow. With shorter lists determined by FF. If the file list only contains the FF terminator, then files with IDs less than or equal to the boot read file code in the disk info block will be loaded instead. This is used by the BIOS during startup. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so that boot ID basically says all IDs that are equal to or lower than this are considered a boot program, boot data, and are loaded in by the firmware, by the BIOS, without any. Yeah, that's the what's it? The entry point stuff. Okay. Append file. Append the file data given by disk ID to the disk. Append the file data given by disk ID to the disk, attempting twice before returning any errors. This means that the file is tacked onto the end of the disk. The disk file count is incremented. Okay. The file is then read back to verify the write. If error occurs during verification, the disk's file count is decremented, logically hiding the written file. All right, so that appends a file to the end of the disk. All right, write file. Same as append file, but instead of writing the file to the end of the disk, A specifies a sequential position on the disk to write the file. 0 is the first. This also has the effect of setting the disk's file count to the A value, therefore logically hiding any other files that may reside after the written one. Okay. Check file count. Read the disk's file count, compare it to A, then set the disk's file count to A. Huh? Error 31 is returned if A is greater than the original file count. Uh-huh. So append is an error-checking stack push, while write is basically an array access. Sounds like it. Adjust file count. Read the disk's file count, decrement it by A, then writes the new value back. Read the file count and decrement by A? What the fuck? Wouldn't... so then there's a set file count. Set the file count to A plus 1. What? Set file count 1. Okay. Set file count. Set the file count to A. Why are there 3 separate ones for that? That's... Okay. Get disk info. Fill a given location with the current disk info, disk ID data. Okay. Fair. Low-level access routines. Check disk header. Checks that the Nintendo HVC string is present in on the current disk. Then compares the disk ID structure to the data pointed to by pointer 0000. Okay. To bypass checking of any byte, FF can be placed to the equivalent field of the specified data. If the comparison fails, an appropriate error will be generated. Mm-hmm. My scared by yours too, yeah. Same as, so I guess it verifies as well, right? Yeah, it's not, yeah. Subtract A files, yeah. Get num files, read the number of files from the amount block. Yep. Set num files, write the number of files in A, the file amount block. File match test. Use a byte string pointed at by pointer 2 to tell the disk system which files to load. What? File ID's number is searched for in the string. If an exact match is found, 9 is set to 0, and E is incremented. If no matches are found after 20 bytes, or a -1 entry is encountered, 9 is set to -1. If the first byte in the string is -1, the boot ID number is used for matching files. Any file ID that is not greater than the boot ID. What the fuck? What the fuck? Skip file. Skip over a specified number of files. Huh? Confusing as hell. Disk ID and file list. What actually didn't have a lot of memory? Alright. The files can do extra 20 file ID is a lower shorter list determined by FF. Okay, so this ID is that bounds checked by the amount block, number one. So, in the event, or in the case of this guy, in fact, let me actually get this in there and show. This guy. Yes, yes. Start. Eject disk, and then I need to insert. So this disk is the Donkey Kong 3 dump. On top of the, I thought it was on top of the larger data. Pokemon Special. Is that not this disc? Did I mix up my discs? Hang on. Because it was one of the Ultramans, right? What was this? Legend was all. I didn't touch that one. Didn't that say something about ROM dumps always being named? Oh, did it? I tried to load it, but it oh, what? The data, 5800. That's too low for FDS stuff, right? So if I pop in the proper FDS stuff, pop in one of these. Come on. These, all the CPU stuff, are above 6,000. See, that was it, huh? Well, no, so my confusion came from, I thought that this side, that I'm putting in now, had more files than just 4. This one. Or 5, excuse me. Because I thought I remember seeing a dump with 1987. A dump with I guess the date. It wouldn't know the date unless I entered the date in. I guess it wouldn't change that. Which type of scan did you do? Maybe this reading is the first header or something? No, so that would be this one. So this scan is doing now. This one is using the disk system API for that, right? So if I hit start, that does not use the disk system API. It uses its own raw calls, essentially. This, which is where I get the address stuff. Oh. But I could have swore in one of those dumps. Was it this one? I think these are all the same, actually. 1 and 2, I don't think are the same, but there, got the hiddens in there. These. That's what I was expecting to see on that. What was it? A start? Yeah. It should show hidden stuff, because for hidden stuff it has a... Not reading over then. For hidden stuff it has a little icon for hidden. I think some of these other disks do have like proper hidden files, which are essentially files that are past the ID or whatever, right? Start, I think. So I'm noticing ID 0, 3, 28, 29, 1, 14, 6. The fuck? Yeah, so I guess file number and ID aren't necessarily the same. That's interesting. I might want to dump this disk, actually. Completely arbitrary, apparently. Yeah. We're leaning about something that's under detection. Like maybe it scans past cover or something like that. Maybe. Well, so the tool here is looking at just the decoded stuff, the dumps, right? So there aren't any gaps in data or whatever in the FDS format. Yeah. This is Zelda stuff. I do want to dump these eventually. Yeah, this program should be able to find hidden files. I've seen it do it before. Which is why I was expecting it on that other disc that I dumped. On the disc that, you know, was on the screen and you can't see right now. Wow, that's a lot of fucking files. Jesus Christ. Damn. Kamen Rider Black. Bandai. 1986! Find some clue in the dump. Yeah! I don't know. But this should list out the hidden shit. No. The this mode specifically should list it out. The other mode, the one that just lists the file names, will not. Right? I'm just going through all my discs, by the way. That's what I'm doing here. Ah, there it is. Here we go. At the bottom there. That's the hidden one. That SCOR at the bottom, that's a hidden file. So the number of files reported is 10, but we found 11 of them. There we go. That's what I was expecting to see. Was it a start? Yeah, barely visible red icons. Yeah, those ones. Yeah, at the bottom there. Does it come off? Hang on. Let me see if it comes off better on the TV. I mean, they're visible, but not a little bit more visible, maybe. A little brighter on the TV, I guess. Because you can't see when I scroll, that's for sure. On the capture, anyway. I can see it fine on the TV, though. SD cards. Anyway, back over here. Turn that off. I don't need that right now. Pop that out. Put that back in here. Anyway, where was I? So this is probably going to change. Might change. I don't know. Not sure I really care. Not right now, anyway. I might care later. Maybe. So then the file number is ordered on the disk, while the file ID is an identifier that can even have duplicates. Yes. Actually, what, hang on. Let me dump that Zelda one, that Zelda disc, just so I can see how it's listed out on the disc itself. Plug that in here in a second. I don't have one already open for this, I don't think. FTS stuff. FTS stuff. Sudo su. No, it's not su. Sudo wine. FTS stick. Hang on, let me plug the damn thing in. There it goes, okay. All right, disk. Read disk. Zelda A1. Done. I'm reading the sides separately, just because. And 2. Good reads, okay. Good, okay. And then side 2. $13 red. Good. Okay. So now I want to have a look at these. Copy Zelda. A and B underscore 1 dot FDS 2. There. FDS list, Zelda A and B. Yeah, okay. So I guess those are... Is that the actual number in the ROM though? I wonder. I don't know if I print this out yet, actually. File number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the okay. That's the data in the ROM anyway. One through 12, because I'm not making that up. This doesn't show them as duplicates. What do you mean? These are visible in last one. Duplicates? Did it show up as duplicate on Is this the disc you last showed on the real hardware? Yeah, this is the Zelda disc that I showed a few minutes ago. Not the last one. Not the one with the hidden stuff. That was a Mario disc that had save data. This is Zelda. Yeah. If you go to Namco FTSS, Namco. I don't think I have any of those. Not as actual discs anyway. No. I do need to acquire a bunch more either sacrificial or blank discs for these things. Just so I can, you know, fuck around more with writing shit to disk. Right? But whatever. Alright, so where am I? So I want a function to be able to get this. From blocks. Right? Is that what it is? Disk block. That's going to give me a ROM or an error. Both having ID A. What was that at? I saw this thing plugged in, so let me just dump that disk. Ah! Shit. Hang on. Whoa. It's too crowded in here, I swear to God. Oh, there's that thing. God damn it. I was looking for this earlier. It's a circuit board holder thingamajig, right? I was looking this so I could mount this on it with less fear of, you know, breaking that bastard. God damn it! That was yesterday. That doesn't go there. Shut up. That's the wrong disc. This one. No, I don't. What the fuck? This one? I think I want this one. Hang on. Hang on. So much replugging of this thing. Start from deep scan. And then there. Oh. Those names. What the fuck? Which one did I... What was that on then? The hiddens. Is it this one? This Mario one? Yeah, this Mario one. That Mario one. Yeah, the IDs are the same. Look at that. And them both being named Score probably has something to do with it. So that hidden one is probably just Score that was overwritten. Maybe. Oh, ew. Oh my god. The top three have the same ID. What the fuck? With A0, yep. That's disgusting. I hate that. So I guess 20 is the boot ID on there. Let's dump this, actually. Is this the one where... That's on side B. It's on side A. Batch loading, I guess? ID 0, 50, 1, 50, 51, 1, 1, 1. So does the loading routine load everything with that ID? Is that what happens? IDs with less or greater than... Okay, yeah. Probably? Yeah, this doesn't specify. Am I gonna have to like dig into the BIOS to get better descriptions of what all this means? Yes, it loads all files with IDs matching the values in the file list. Shut up, Joe Mega. Shut up. Well, for now, let's continue on with getting this stuff into that ROM structure. So yeah, ROM from blocks. I'll want that. Name is just going to be arbitrary. I don't really care what it is. Just having it is fine. There, that's better. And the sides need to be initialized. Like so. And yes, FF being the terminator means that FF can never be a file ID. Figured as much. Is that really a bad feature? Yeah, it makes it much easier to load stuff into several address ranges in one go. Sure. I just wish it was documented a little bit better, but you know, then again, I'm not really one to talk with documentation. So, okay, so side is side. That's the current side. For block in range blocks. Actually, that's far side, ROM side. Okay. So I need the block info first. So that switch block dot type, I think, right? Yeah. Block type. Case. Block. BT info. From side. I haven't found any official. That's not surprising. Yeah. If you're looking into the official. Oh yeah. We're not looking into official stuff because we don't have it. Better discard in the docs given to official / license devs. I doubt that. I've heard that the documentation, especially for the Famicom era, for anyone outside of Nintendo, was almost non-existent. For anyone outside of Japan, it was very poorly translated. And even if it were translated properly, it didn't have nearly enough information. And even then, clean room are preferred. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, from what I heard, the development resources that developers got back during this thing's life cycle were abysmal, just absolutely abysmal. All right. Okay, arm sides, and I need a header. Header, right? Yeah, the ROM header. ROM header. And things I want in that, things like licensee is, oh, I need, give me, BI. BLK, how about that? Equals lock dot lock info BLK dot licensee. Game name string name. Game version int BLK. I don't have game type in there, do I? I do, I just missed it. Game version. Int. No. Type. Side number. Nope. And then disk number. Disk type. An 8, yeah. Boot field ID. This one we probably just want to keep as UN8 actually. Right? Well, that's fine. We'll cast that to int blk dot boot read file code. Yeah. Makes sense why it's code and not ID, but whatever, it's fine. Manufacturing date. This I'm gonna make raw. Yeah. Year. Oh, do I Yoink. Paste. BLK dot. Manufacturing date. 012. And here's our non-valid new phone. Yeah, I suppose. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. A written date. Yeah. I just don't want to write right now. That's all it boils down to. I just don't want to write it right now. Country code. Did I keep that as UN? Yep, UN8, and then over here it's UN8 as well, right? Yep, some unknowns. There's a rewritten date. Disk writer serial. Do I care? I mean, I suppose. Rewrite count. BCD form. Go to hell. That's never going to be over 99 then. So yeah, okay. BCD to decimal. Right count. Oops, oops, oops. But that's going to int. I don't care. So I don't have to cast that. What did I call this one? I didn't call it actual. I called it something else. Physical disk side. Oops. Oops. And I don't care about seriously. Okay. If side does not equal nil, sides. No, let's do it this way instead. Which one is this here? Okay. ROM dot sides equals append ROM dot sides side. Case BT File them out. I don't think I care. Aside from maybe like a hidden flag? Maybe? Let's do that. Hidden. Yeah. From side dot file count equals where is it? File amount. Can I just block dot and then cast it dot file amount? I don't think I can do that, can I? Would I have to do this? Maybe? And my phone is dead almost. 50%. Cool. Plug that in real quick. I heard it scream at me. I think again, yeah. We're gonna try it. We'll see what happens. But I also need to cast that to integer. That's what I have it as up here, right? Yep. Yeah, well, we'll find out. We'll find out. And then case BT file header. I'll want a ROM file, right? Yeah, give me a ROM file. Block dot block file header. That's not what I wanted. I wanted SP. Thank you. And then file. Where are you? We're on file. Name. Let's start there. Name. I think I want to have another non-Unicode byte to ASCII. Conversion here. Yeah. Because I don't want weird Unicode shit happening in here. Bytes to ASCII. Do I need a string builder for this? I probably do one just for shits and giggles. guy. Right, string. Yeah, okay. Builder strings dot builder. I don't think I need anything else right now. Yeah. Okay. So for this, for B range input, if B is greater than or equal to works fine? Okay. Nice. 20 is the lowest. Okay, so greater than or equal to that. And B is less than or equal to 70. Which is tilde, right? Yeah, it's tilde. Okay. Builder dot write rune B. Else write string B, like that. That should work, right? Sure. All right, so name next. Number. I guess I want to preserve that. Yeah, we'll preserve that. Why write rune instead of write byte? No real reason, I guess. Yeah. Without any casting. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Number int look dot file number. Type string. Wait a minute. No. That's wrong file type. And that is an integer, technically. File type. Can I just straight cast this? Maybe? Maybe. We'll see. Why do I have it in there twice? Size. BLK dot. File size. Address is UN16, so I'm going to leave it as that. File address. Hidden is if file number is greater than Side.file count. Okay, also up here, if side is nil, create a block header, block info. Block file amount. Yeah. File. Where do I add that? Sides to the current side, and then files. If file, this is the file, okay. And then side.files equals append side.files file bt file data, all right? Should be the last one. Header, file header, yeah, file data. Paste that. If file is nil, expected block file header. Yeah. Coming with a link to an OnlyFans. Is file number 0 based or 1 based? I think it's 0 based. Zero based. See, hidden stuff might be weird. Greater than equals 2 instead of that. We can verify this in a little bit, probably, maybe. File.data equals block file data dot data. And I should be able to file equals nil, because this was already added up here. Right? Possibly. Now, so if file is not nil, that means we haven't found any data, but we found another header. Maybe. Make sure file is nil here. Actually, if file is not nil, about this one. Expected block file header found. Block file data. Well, no, hang on. I wonder if empty files would have an empty data block or not. Not that it's actually useful to store empty files. Well, in most cases anyway. Yeah, I mean, I'll put the check in there just in case. Because for this specific code, it will break if it's not there, right? That won't, like, stop it from being read, I guess, but... Yeah. Yeah. Format dot rf. Expected block file data found block info. Oh. From and sides, all that. Okay. And then sides added to the top here. Yup. Okay. Actually, I might want to add in the CRC for this. Maybe, is the CRC listed out in the file list thing? I don't think it is. No, it's not. Size is listed out. CRC's not. The reason I'd want to do that is just list out, hey, this CRC isn't valid, by the way. Yeah. I can add that in if I want later on. Too bad, how you doing? I've noticed there's friendly VTubers that are wholesome and there's some that are thirst-tubers that are wholesome. Kind of. I mean, there's all kinds of VTubers out there, just like there's all kinds of streamers out there, you know? You know, a whole spectrum of personalities. A whole spectrum. I'm getting hungry. I haven't been going for that long. Let me get a snack. Wasn't this the CRC that isn't in the FTS format? So the FTS lister wouldn't expect to have it anyway. I guess, but I would like to be able to handle both quick disk and FDS, and I've written the parsing code, the reading code to do that. Whereas the way I envision the CRC stuff to happen is no matter what, it will print the CRC of what it has. So I guess it will need a CRC. And if it differs, we write what we found, right? Yeah, I'll want to show it regardless then. Yeah, so I will want that in there. For the CRC. Unit 16, like that. And in the parsing code, I'll want to actually update that or write that for FTS disks because it's currently just 0. Yeah. Yeah, this is really the only CRC that I think I care about for now. The file CRCs. For now, that's the only one I'm going to worry about anyway. All right, so I want not necessarily a string routine, but an info string, an info routine or function that'll just print out this essentially. I don't know if I care about that. I might. I don't know. Because this really... the amount of space on the physical disc, I mean, kind of varies a little bit because of like how much header space you have and how much lead-in you have. I mean, there's minimums, right? But that doesn't mean necessarily that everything uses those minimums. All right. Hey, doing, Luke? Doing all right? I could use a snack here in a bit, but so I might grab that. But yeah. There's some VTubers that are friendly, wholesome, and proudly wholesome. Mel immediately comes to mind. There's a few clips of her getting incredibly embarrassed and timid because she's like late for a collab, right? And in the collab is fucking Henya, and everyone else is trying to explain Mel's other content to her. Takes them a while, and then Mel finally shows up, and they tease her about it, and it's funny. Yeah. PSU died on Thursday. Oh no. Rip. Jesus. But yeah, I love watching Mel. Not that I do often. Again, I mostly watch clips because I don't have time for anything else. That's across the board of everybody. I can't actually watch full streams of anybody, really. I only catch the clips. Never buy a thermal take. All right. Let me grab a snack and refill this. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay. They try to explain it without explaining it. Pretty fun. Yeah, there's another more recent one. It doesn't include Mel this time, but so Emily, before she did VTubing stuff, she did song covers, right? So she does a lot of singing. So she's she's done that for a very long time, and she's continued to make music as a VTuber as well. And there's a recent song that she wrote that I don't know the actual lyric, but it refers to a pearl necklace. But she meant it literally as an actual necklace made of pearls, instead of what that implies. And she didn't realize this, apparently, until after the song was released. And people went, hey, did you mean that, actually? Do you know what that means? And she's like, wait, what? Very funny. So I guess Henya had heard about that, and that there was some innuendo behind that, right? So she's asking Amelie and Mouse, I think, right? So they're trying so hard to figure out how to explain this without explaining it, right? So they get to the point where, like, she understands that it's something sexual, but not understanding specifically what, right? And then at one point, like, Haruka comes in and is like, there's and then she starts explaining it too. But then someone, I forget who, one of the group goes, wait, hang on. There's a word in Japanese that means this, actually. There's just a Japanese word for it. And they're all like, oh, shit, right. Bukake. At which point, Henya immediately understood what the fuck was going on. She's like, oh, God, oh, shit, what? That's in the song. Welcome to the NHK. That is a very old show. Good one, too, but very old. Yeah. No, I do, too. God, I should probably rewatch that, though. Welcome to the NHK. 2006. Fucking hell. So I've discovered something worse than dubbed anime. AI dubbed anime. Fucking kill me. Did you guys hear about that, by the way? That bullshit that Amazon pulled? Where they shadow dropped fucking anime dubbed with AI? And the kicker was, a bunch of this shit was already dubbed in English, like properly. They just dropped AI dubbing, and holy fuck, it is disgusting. It is terrible. It is complete dog shit. And obviously, everyone went, the fuck is this? Jump off a bridge. And they pulled it. They pulled that stuff. But Jesus Christ. So yeah, I wasn't aware that I would prefer standard dubs to something in all cases. But yes, I prefer standard dubs to AI dubs. Who would have thought? The Japanese audio, yeah, like as the audio track. Yeah. Was I supposed to shake this one? I don't think so. I'm gonna do it anyway. But yeah, immediate backlash from both sides of the dub versus sub crowd, right? It's almost as if humans prefer stuff done by humans, right? But like, yeah, universal backlash. Regardless of what side of the sub versus dub argument you're on, universal backlash. So it's like, I saw clips of the original English, or the English dub, the proper English dub, versus the AI English dub. Oh my God, I don't understand why they thought that was a good idea. Same with fucking YouTube shoehorning AI dubs into videos. But yes. So there's one that'll happen every once in a while, because I don't think he's turned it off as a setting. Matcha Samurai, I think is his name. Yes. Yeah. This guy. Fantastic videos, by the way. Fucking fantastic videos. But, so he's a Japanese guy that lives in Britain, but will go to Japan every once in a while. And I think he's there now, right? So, fluent Japanese, obviously, and an extremely heavy British accent when speaking English, which is fucking hilarious, number one. But so the way his videos are is he himself subtitles everything. He doesn't use like the AI subtitling either, right? Because he'll use like shorthand and abbreviations and shit, right? Every once in a while, I'll come across a video that was AI dubbed, and it's like, buddy, they're speaking in English. Fuck off. And I already have subs here, and half of the content is because of the dichotomy between, you know, the English and the Japanese there. Yeah. Go shove a broom over there for the AI dub BS. I will find a broom to shove up there. Yeah. So I have to pay the residuals to the AI voice talent. That's probably why. Yeah. Yeah. Greed. I stand by my view that not all, but a lot of the bullshit in the enshittification boils down to greed in one way or another. Just greed in different forms. You know? At the root of it is just someone's fucking greedy and wants more money. And that explains a lot of different things, you know? Sure, it may not explain everything. Right? Some people do shit out of spite, which, valid. But for the vast majority, I feel, of shittiness in whatever can be explained by greed. Yeah. Super upscaling over some BS. Oh, God. Yeah, where everything looks like where they crank the sharpness through the roof and it's blurry at the same time. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Blurry and... yeah, it's extra smooth and extra sharp. It's like, fuck off with this. Oh, my God. Formally announced it and then made all channels opt-in. Yeah. Just ban Gen AI. Yeah, I cannot wait for that bubble to pop. Unfortunately, the companies that are pushing it have very deep pockets right now, and they have not run out of money yet. And nobody will. Yeah. Without a gun to their head. Yeah. And they done it's terrible. It kills all other audio quality. Yeah. So like, it like muffles the entire video, even if there's no audio, or no audio. Even if there's no spoken words or something that it doesn't fucking translate or understand. Fucking sound effects, whatever the hell, right? Like, just the other sounds of the video will get muffled through the goddamn floor. You can't hear it, right? You'll just hear, like, the AI voice whenever it decides to chime in. Yeah. And it's so incredibly frustrating where this stuff is being shoved, you know? Persecution? Is that how you spell that? You spelled that wrong. Persecution. Yeah. Themselves to, oh my God, to just World War II. It doesn't compare at all. Like, they may think that, but they're wrong. Yeah. I need to, I might have to go down the rabbit hole of extensions and mods and all that kind of shit to just try and filter that crap out. Even fucking Firefox is putting in the browser, right? I've gone through and disabled all the ones I could find for anything related to it. But I mean, at this point, I might just jump ship to another fucking browser. that isn't trying to shove AI down my fucking throat. Like, holy shit. Now, thankfully, I don't have to worry about the shit at work. Thankfully. I've made my case very clear with that one, and my boss's boss agrees with me. My boss's boss agrees with me. Which, yeah, yet, I suppose. But I will fight that. If they tell me, use AI or you're fired, fucking see you. I don't care. I'm done. I refuse. I straight up fucking refuse. I will not. Oh, fuck. Oops, it's in there. I can feel it. I can hear it. I mean, I can still drink it, so it's not the end of the world, but that's an oversight. Okay. I probably shouldn't have tried to expand the hole. Because, yeah, well. So it's a extendable straw. It de-extended. Fucking grog. This is a video I saw the other day. You guys know who Rainbolt is, right? Like some guy that's just cracked on GeoGuessr, and someone tried to, like, you know, oh, I bet you Grok is better at GeoGuessr than Rainbolt. So he gets pinged to hell and back, right? So he goes, all right, challenge accepted. Indication of idiocy? Yeah. Yeah. Or just, like, playing into it for the fucking memes, too. It could be that. But basically he said, you know, okay, well, Grok is kind of right about, like, the general area, but once they, you know, the more specific thing that Grok said, completely fucking wrong. It's just like, thank you, Luke. But then, instead of just saying, oh, it's wrong, he went, okay, let's actually find it. And it turns out that image was taken on a road that didn't have full street view coverage. That did not stop him from finding exactly where it was. Mind you. It was some guy on Twitter, you know, basically, you know, going to a conference or whatever, right? So he took his own picture. It wasn't like a street view thing. He took his own picture. Yeah, RAM is going through the goddamn roof right now. Because people are terrifying, right? Yeah, so it's... God, there's so many things where, like, someone will, like, post something and, like, at him, like, bet you can't find where this is. Or, like, there's a few of them where, like, someone saying, like, this is the best pizza place or whatever in New York or what have you, right? I'm not telling you where it is, herpaderp. So Rainbolt goes, all right, challenge accepted. And we'll find sometimes the very table that they were fucking sitting at and the chair that they were sitting at in the restaurant, which is hilarious. The Chess GM. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it was that one. Yeah, there's a few of them. There's one where he's, like, inside of a bar. Took a picture of the inside of the bar. So Rainbolt goes to the rest of the account, sees roughly where he is, and then just starts fucking checking restaurants, going into their pictures and all that on Google Maps. Japanese strawberry milk drinks. This is sake. This is alcohol, actually. No, it's onikoroshi sake. Not bad. not bad. It's what's the percentage on this guy? 13%. So a little less than some of the other stuff I have, but yeah. Yeah, it takes a lot of time and dedication and knowing what to look for, right? And where to look. Right? I think for the Grok one, he pulled up fucking a cloud map for that day at roughly the time of the post and matched fucking clouds in the sky to the map. It's like, what the hell? Learning memorization thing. Yeah, so for a lot of the non Street View images, it's a learning thing and figuring out what information you need to find where that is and then finding that information, right? And it's things like, all right, well, we need to figure out the general area of this when this picture was taken, right? So if it's a picture on a Twitter account, all right, let's look at the other posts on that Twitter account. We're gonna find out like what they're talking about, where they are, see if we can find a location. And if we get a general location, all right. So during this time frame, it's probably around here. So that lowers it down to like a state or what have you, you know. And then it's a lot of legwork, but no. Pattern recognition is something human brains are really good at. Yes. Yeah. Is 7% low for sake? I don't know. I think it's probably roughly average. Yeah, this is 13, which I think is on the higher side, maybe. I had a can of stuff the other day that was 17, which was a lot higher than I'm used to for sake. I think soju is around 14, I want to say. The soju I get anyway. I think. Yeah, I think 7 is, if not ballpark, on the lower end of the ballpark, maybe? Don't quote me on that, because I don't actually, like, read the labels for most of this shit. Yeah, it was in a little can, too. So I have a coworker that got me some. Let me see, where, I took a picture of it, I think. Didn't I? Oh, yeah. So, this was the sake. This guy right here. Can of sake that opens like a can of beans. That was 17.5% by volume. This one was pretty good, not gonna lie. This was actually pretty decent. I had another one that was a can, but that one I didn't realize was cloudy stuff. I didn't shake it beforehand, basically. I opened it up and went, "Oh shit! I should have shaken this." So when I got down to the bottom, it was a little much, but it was readable, drinkable. Passed out. Yeah, I did see that. Yes, the broke into a liquor store and passed out drunk. Yeah, I saw that. Not just faces, we tend to err on the side of seeing patterns in general. Yep, there's evolutionary reasons for it. But it does cause some problems in modern society. A lot of things that, you know, have evolutionary reasons for existing kind of cause problems, right? The one thing I can think of is, like, stress. You know? Stress and adrenaline can cause some problems in modern society. So the trick with those, can you make the James Bond stir not shaken? I probably should have tried steering it. I don't know. Is imported sake imported in bulk containers and bottled here? I don't know. Probably depends. Well, brewed and bottled by. This is brewed and bottled in Japan. So this would have been imported as a can. So this is a sticker, by the way. This isn't like printed on the can. This is a sticker on top of the can. So this would have been canned in this case in Japan, and then someone imported it, and then put the English sticker on it because that's some stuff that's required by U.S. law, right? Like the alcohol percentage in English, obviously. That's some extra stuff that isn't necessarily required, but yeah, safety cautions. Yeah. Honestly, that's more of a problem with society in most cases. You're not wrong. Yeah. You're not wrong on that. Yeah, spot a snake without realizing it and make you move away instinctively. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, there might be stuff that's imported in bulk, I guess. I don't have any view into that supply chain, into that system. It's possible. I'm not sure if it makes sense logistically or not. I don't know. But yeah, so you'll have to ask an expert on the subject, which I am not. I'm not even an expert on drinking the shit. Crude oil. Yeah, well. Oil. There are ways to set up a society to avoid most of those problems, but getting there from where we are, well, a lot easier said than done. Yeah. Now, like the amount and type of effort might be relatively trivial for some of that stuff, but I think the harder thing would be convincing everybody else to be like, no, we should try this. That's the hard part right there. I can guarantee you no. Well, there you go. And I'm not going to Opera. If anything, it'd probably be a fork of Firefox. But yeah, not Opera. I'm not a fan of Opera, honestly. And anything that doesn't have a proper ad block, I'm looking at you, Chrome, is a non-starter. I will not browse the internet without an ad block. Full stop. Your own Chinese spyware. Yeah. Yeah, Opera is based on Chrome, number one. And they have some shady dealings with fucking crypto bullshit. But it's just a fucking Chrome skin. That's all it fucking is. That's it. Zen. And Vivaldi browser. Wikipedia and Wikipedia. Well, who cares? Yeah. Chrome skins are maybe a plugin or two, right? That's all Opera is. That's all it is. Zen is a free and open source fork of Firefox, introduced in 2024. Recent, okay. Focus on privacy and customizability. All right. Vivaldi. What is this one? It's a Norwegian freeware cross-platform web browser with a built-in email client developed by Vivaldi Technologies. The company was founded by that guy and that other guy, who was the co-founder and CEO of Opera Software. Really? Vivaldi was initially released in 2015. Although it is accessible to general users, Vivaldi's design and feature set provided targets power users in addition to former Opera users. Disgruntled by its transition from the Presto layout engine to a Chromium-based browser. Which resulted in the loss of many of its distinctive features. Even though it is also Chromium-based, Vivaldi aims to revive the feature of the Presto-based Opera. Vivaldi replaced Firefox as a default client, a default browser on the Cinnamon Community Edition of the Manjaro Linux distribution. People left and made of Vivaldi. Best argument against Vivaldi is I don't want Emacs for a browser. So I probably won't try Vivaldi, honestly. I'd probably try Zen, if I had them. Reduce your stress. The C language. The first step to writing. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck? It's in the user repo. All right. I'll probably try that after stream. Zen's compatible with Firefox browser extensions. There you go. And offers browser synchronization through a Mozilla account. Really? So I switched. Tried app for a bit. Kind of annoyed. Vivaldi for 4 years. There you go. Yeah, I'm getting fed up with some bullshit that Firefox is doing. Mainly right now, they're on the AI crap. So yeah. But anyway. Anyway. What was that? It's on Chrome because it has issues. But still, the better the browser's around. Yeah. UI and UX are not the same thing, Luke. UI is user interface. User X is user experience, I believe, right? Different things. They play into each other, sure, but they're different. Did reevaluate? I will be involved in making my own browser. It seems worth the effort again. I haven't done that in a few months. In a few months? A few months. How often do you consider that, Bridgewater? Yeah. Towards a lot of patterns that improve privacy and security, but massacre the experience of the user. Yes. HCI? No. Is that a browser? First link is unc.edu. What? This is something different. This is not. No, this isn't it. This had some. A tool for studying web search behavior. That? Is that what you're talking about? I don't think I've ever used Ladybird. Developed by the Ladybird Browser Initiative, nonprofit organization focused on development of the browser, licensed under the BST 2-clause license. An alpha release is planned. An alpha release is planned in 2026. Beta release expected in 2027. And is stable for general public in 2028. Originally a component of Serenity OS. Why do I know that name? Serenity OS began in 2018, solo project by Swedish programmer Andreas Kling. Maintained by a community of hobbyists on GitHub, where it is described as a love letter to 90s user interfaces with a custom Unix-like core that, quote, does not cater to non-technical users. Wow. All right. Delioglu family. Am I saying that correctly? Hello. Primarily the founder. Oh boy. Does he have strong opinions on something? Probably have strong opinions on something. Do I know that? No, I do not. What is that? That might be why I know it, because no, Serenity C++. What the fuck is Serenity? Is this another like Holy C situation? What the fuck? Hey, let me over here so I can not have to look on my mic. As a modern Unix-like operating system with a look and feel that emulates and has operating systems like Windows and Mac OS, incorporating third-party code into the system is discouraged. Okay, fair. The web browser, for instance, does not use a pre-existing web engine such as WebKit, instead using its own browser built on libweb engine. There's a collection of ported software such as GCC, Git, and Doom, of course, Doom, with varying levels of functionality. Yep, okay. Development does not adhere to a release cycle. As such, there are no releases. Additionally, no binary distributions are provided, and prospects are expected to build the system from source. The system is written what the authors call Serenity C++. A C++ coding style that avoids exceptions and features its own standard library. Okay. The relative popularity of Serenity OS compared to other hobbyist systems is in part due to the modest success of Kling's YouTube channel, where he uploaded videos of himself developing parts of the system alongside demos and monthly progress updates. Until April 2024, where the last update was hosted by Andrew Castor, project's core developer. Work is currently in the early stages for ARch64, AR64, and RISC-V based processors. I see. Regarding the use of the AXT2 file system as his least favorite feature of the operating system. Okay. Compared to Temple OS. There it is. There it is. Another operating system with a well-known hobbyist community. He considered Serenity OS more accessible for less technical users that are looking for a mid to late 90s Renaissance style. The XSC Chicago 95 theme, as well as the Redmond product, have been recommended instead. Yeah, well. Style and ignoring standard lib. Okay. Tribe, how you doing? Welcome. When was this released? '93. Okay. Anyway. Okay. So let's see. So let's go over to command. That one. Oh shit. FDS read ROM. Reader. Yeah, blocks. And then just call it some blocks. What's my color scheme? Grovbox. No, I just want to return error. And then just that is ROM. So I can hopefully just make that. Make that. Okay. Let's see. 79. Fair. I forgot some commas. 91. Probably another comma. Yep. I need to initialize files as well. As ROM, that of ROM file. With new line 115. Return a ROM? I don't think so. No, I think that just returns blocks, actually. So, yeah. Oh, Oh, because I redid this. Ha ha! That won't compile for various reasons. Betting an Ildo of slice work perfectly well. Yeah, I'll do whatever. Okay. Declared a not used. Shut up. Date. Really? In 38. Fair. Cannot use that as type byte as int. Thank you. ROM. Okay, everything else is ROM mostly. 68. Cannot convert game name type byte 3 to string. Yes, you fucking can. 74. Unknown field. Boot field. Boot file ID. Can I use that as bytes to ASCII? Yes, you fucking can. What line is that? 114. 114. That's 6, but that's close enough. Too many return values. 115. 155. Oh. Fair. Bytes imported not used. Reader. Where did I use bytes? Ah, that's why I had that. Ah, don't care about that. Fucking discard 4 of them. Yeah, error reading hash. Sure, why not? And then just return read blocks reader like that. (14) syntax error. Binary discard. Assignment mismatch. Returns 2 values. Not enough arguments to call ROM from blocks. And FDS list. Have. Oh, I want string. Okay. That is just going to be file. No. Args.input. That's all that's going to be. Okay, there we go. Is it 16 bytes a header? Just right. Yeah, you're right. It is 16 bytes a header. 16. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Bin footage list. Command SF something. Invalid block type 46. How the fuck did I break that? What? No, it's FDS header. I think, right? Dispatcher. I want the size of that. Unexpected new line in argument. Undefined ROM 23. How in the fuck did I break that now? That should be 16. That doesn't happen. That's why I wasn't calling the right fucking function. Oh, I... Yeah. There it goes. Okay, that's better. That's better. Okay. That's better. All right. ROM.info. So now, I need a info. ROM info. Well, for well, it's this builder strings dot builder. And then for side range sides. No. Builder dot write string and then a new line. And then builder dot write string that dot info. I also need to return that. Yeah. ROM sides. Oh, yeah, you're right. ROM.sides. Side? There it goes. And then the side stuff. Builder equals strings, builder, side dot header dot string. I'll probably do a file count in there as well. Builder dot write string format s print f file count. We're going to use the same format here. The number of the file count in the first number and the number of files found in the second number. We'll do one of those just so it's not a percentage or whatever. And length side dot files. And then for side file range files builder dot write string file dot info, and then a new line for my sprintf. You know, or fprintf. Yeah, you know, yeah, that's probably right actually. fprintf and builder. Wow. Need files. Oh, yeah, we're on the files. Side.files. Yeah. Builder dot string. Actually, let's do this. Builder dot right strings dot join files with a new line. So having the issue in 18 and 19. Will that be an issue? Three realm size 19 is probably just wrong. Logically thinking you're calling recursively. I am. I also want to do one of these. Probably. And then builder.write string strings dot join sides with a new line. Yeah. Right now. I can spell, I swear. New line first inside the loop and not above it. Yeah, I suppose. I'll still keep that one out like that. And then I need a file info. file, ROM file info. I don't want a builder actually. Return format.s print, because I want this on a single line. sprintf number, so to x id type size 5D probably, address %04x to %04x, like that. Hidden type and CRC %04x. Okay. So, oh, I need name in there somewhere too. File dot number, file dot ID, file dot name, file dot type, it has a type string, that's fine. I probably want to make that like simpler, but there. Qubit for the name so you can tell if it has spaces, if there's spaces in it. Yeah, I guess. Type dot stir for the short bit. Address, file dot address, file dot address plus file dot size, but I need file dot size above that. File dot hidden, and then file dot CRC. Prom header knows, because that's info. Not string. Nope. I didn't do one for that. Okay, ROM header. Build the string early, check if the last character is a new line. If not, open a new line. If I'm having a trailing new line anyway. Yeah, I don't want to have a trailing new line anyway. I don't think. I don't know. I'm sure I'm going to be changing how it prints after I get it printing. So this one's going to be a bitch and a half because I want a bunch of information here. Name. How big is that ever? Blocks. Well, that's only ever 3. Licensee. Percent 0 to X and S. And what the fuck was it? This. Like that. String builder, that much better than using string concat. What, like for these things? I don't know. I don't, it's fine. I'm not churning through massive chunks of data, so I don't care too much on that front. It's fine. It's fine. What else do I want in here? I want... manufacturing date, string. Was there a string I had for that? Yes. Okay, so that should just, in theory, work. In theory. Header name. ROM header has no field with a name. That is correct. It's game name, I think, right? Game name. Invalid operation. Mismatched. 239. Unit 16. Oh! That actually fucking works! Holy shit! Oh my god! Google probably does have at least some of those authorizations, so yeah. Well. Yeah, the builder can be handy. Yeah. I use them every once in a while. One of the things Builder does beyond just making your own byte, slicing and casting to string, is that it avoids the copy that the cast entails. Yeah, I don't know the inner workings of all of it, but no. For the standard lists of the internals it's using are necessarily kept in sync. Yeah. Yeah, it's part of the standard lib, right? Alright. Okay. Oh, for the base name, I want the base name for that. No, it was a file path.base, right? Yeah, file path.base. Yeah, so given these years, it probably wasn't 2051. Probably. It probably also wasn't 1962. Right? Probably 1988. Probably. Like, year can't be before 1985, year can't be after the current year. Yeah. I suppose. Might be what the other stuff does. Honestly. Some cases easier to use than concatenating. Yeah, that's one of the big reasons I use the strings builder is because it's easier than just straight up concatenating. I can treat it like, you know, console output, but be able to get the string back. What are we doing today? We're screwing around with some Famicom disk system stuff and shenanigans. Welcome, by the way, Clack Hamster. And currently drinking. I have a juice box of sake. The straw is inside the box because I lost the straw inside the box. Hello. Yes. Yeah, so what we're looking at here is a library that I have specifically for reading and displaying information for FDS ROMs, or Famicom Disk System ROMs, that allegedly works as well with Quick Disk ROMs. Allegedly. Does Messen actually handle Quick Disk, by the way? Can it open that stuff? File, open... No idea. When I go to open stuff, by the way. All ROM files, SNES ROMs. It doesn't tell me like what kind of the file extension for the shit. If it handles FDS and not QD, that would be weird. It's pretty much the same. No. No. Currently drinking without a straw, yes. Like a tool, like all tool has its uses, which is not everywhere. Yeah. Got some waffles. Waffles? But how they screwed up a production run badly. Packaging is not fully sealed. Oh no! 4 packages. Ooh. Ugh. That's rough. That sucks. All right. So for that CRC, I actually want to use that. Excuse me. Add the CRC. Okay. That's for the actual data. CRC pass equals pass. CRC equals CRC 16. I need to add that. dot checksum file dot data. Let's and I just copy off this crap here. Yoink. Paste. All right. If CRC equals file.crc Oh, right, because I didn't put that in there. That'll help. What the fuck you mean fail? Hey, let me invert that actually. That returns a uint, right? Uint 16, not a byte slice, right? Please, hopefully. Copy that. Yeah, uint 16, okay. %0 for X for the CRC. Oh, this includes the fucking no. This includes the hang on. Append byte. Fuck, what is it? 4, I think. There it is. Okay. That's what it was. Yeah. Cause that's the the block ID. Block type. No. There we go. Okay. Okay, what is this 224 here? What's after name table? That's in what the fuck is that in? Not that. That's side. File count 3. I don't put a new line there. There we go. Just a comment, yeah, so I don't get confused in the future. Name LE licensee 46. System 3. System 3. What the fuck ROM is this that I'm using again? Really? I mean, all right. What else like that without comments? Yeah. Good luck. All right, so I actually think I want, hang on, I want a new line separating the sides. Like a double new line right there. Yeah. Name, Eiley, listen, see that. Wasn't there like a more complete name for this shit? Or is that just in like the site or something like that? It's like an 8-byte string. That was. Okay. Not in the header then. Manufacturing years, yep. Manufacturing date years, yeah. File count, yep. Okay. Well. Listed total. I didn't write that. Not terrible. Okay, so let me dump the Zelda disc again, but put 2 sides on it. I don't know why I put the case over there. That one. There. Okay. I saw that open somewhere. Oh, yeah, I do. Right here. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to put inside A over here. Read disk. Zelda 1. Good. Read next. I think I'm going to read both sides twice just for shits and giggles. Oh, oh. Won't read next. Try it again. 10 missing. 13 red. Okay. Back to the front. For shits and giggles. There should have been like a retry for that. Because it had a bad CRC. And then I'm going to do the back again. Read next. Done. Okay. All right. It's a very large one, which is fine. Bin. For this list. Command Zelda. What do we get? Okay. Make and that's better. I also want the side number and all that crap in there as well. Wait, did it actually get all the files in there? Hang on. That read failed, didn't it? It's the one. Oh, yeah. Listed 13, total 4. Yep. Okay. And then I did it again. Immediate read again, yep. And then the front side and then the back side again. Okay. All right. Let's file info. You're right, it's not working. I need to fix that. First, before I forget, I want to 0.2 on that one. Okay. File header, number, name, number, file number, right there. No, I don't populate ID. God damn it. That's why it doesn't want to work. What do I put that in? Just ID, okay. There we go, and that needs to be, or not needs to be, but that needs a one of those. There we go. That's better. Do I have the side stuff in here? A, B, or whatever. This root field. Physical side. Okay. What's the total? side S. Side AB. A. If side dot, or that is, let's do that. Side physical side equals that. That's not the ROM header. God. Where the hell did I put the side stuff? There it is, right there. That's in the header. U and 8, okay. ROM header is no fit. What the fuck? Oh. How the fuck do you spell physical? PHY, right? PHY. Side B, okay. Cheeky way. Well, okay, so if that is out of range, I don't want to do that. But, yeah, I don't want to do the cheeky way for that. Side B, what other information I want to put here? Is this some Go magic? There's well some Go magic. What Etterfiles put in, or what I'm doing here? That's indexing to a string. That's taken this right here as the index, right? So well, let's did I go to dev? Yeah. Side equals, let's say 1. And then format dot print line side, question mark, A, B, side. $65. Okay, well, I want the character of that, please and thank you. A. Change that to 2. Run. B. Think about it, also produces a supply instead of a string. Yeah. Yep. So you can do that. Cheeky as shit and doesn't really account for weird values there. No. Indexing the device of a strings only works because only one ASCII character is wanted. Yeah. Otherwise, you'd need like a string slice or whatever the hell. Yeah, indexing into array of characters essentially. Yeah. That's basically what that boils down to. Yep. It's almost taking me a second. Car pointer or bust. Well, basically, yeah, string is basically an array of characters. Yep, pretty much. All right. I know I want other information than this, right? Probably. Probably. But, I mean, I think this works for now. So much shit is different. I'll get rid of that commented out block there. I need to rename this or something. Because that isn't really... Yeah. Read ROM file, maybe, would be better for that. Never did Haskell. Not even once! True in most languages. If you want a string, you can just slice it instead. But yeah, it's more clever than I really wanted. Than is really warranted. Yeah, more clever than warranted. Yeah. I'll rename that later though. All right. The reader. That we're going to delete that code. Go is adding a bunch of other shit. Bytes to ASCII. Yeah. Okay. I also need to add in the date thing. Get rid of that. Bood file code. Yeah, okay, well. Add. And then in here. No, in command FDS list. This stuff we're getting rid of. As well as that. Okay. How do I want to word this? Print more info. Yeah, okay. Epic 8-bit. Yeah, the music. All right. Reworked the ROM struct to make more sense in an emulation environment. This currently cannot convert this. Why the fuck is this so long? Text was 72. What the fuck happened? Currently cannot convert this to a .fds file, but that wasn't The intention in the first well, maybe later. Okay. Print info based on, or not based on, using the reworked ROM struct. More info spread. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Good enough. Yeah. Okay, so in theory, that'll be, quote, good enough for emulation type stuff. I guess, maybe? Probably. Let me hit the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, then we'll revisit that other code. Don't go anywhere. Okay. Probably also good enough for an extractor. That's true too. A little bit need a bit more. Might need to use the raw format structure. Right. Yeah, for a builder, it would need to use more of the raw stuff because it has more information in it, right? Yeah. You know, I could probably actually easily put in an extract. Okay. If does not equal that. OS dot make dir all 775. No, it's 0775, not 0x. All right. Make dir all perm file mode. Yes, okay. If error is not nil, return error. Otherwise, for file in range from.files, how do I want to name these? I'm not sure I want to use like the actual file names necessarily. I probably want to use like an ID. Well, not around the sides. Name equals. Oh no, actually, hang on. Side. From that sides. Side name equals. That's for enough. For enough. Side. Let's actually use that. Yoink. Paste. Percent D. Underscore. Or no, let's just do. We'll join that later. For file range side dot files. File name is side name plus underscore plus S for F on that. S underscore O2D side name, and then file dot number, I think, right? Yeah, I think I want the number. And ID. I won't put an extension on it because who cares? Write file, what is it? File name, data, mode? Perms, rather. Name, data, perm. Oh, that's actually right there. Name, so file name. Data is file.data. And perm is 664. Okay. FDS, no. Bin for this list extract to command Zelda. And I want to use command Zelda. I'll use 606 and it says, it's fine. Command Zelda. I know exactly what I did wrong. There we go. Yeah, good thing I had a constant naming scheme, right? Right? Oh. Ha ha ha. I'll want to put a file number in that. Just something that I just increment. So it doesn't overwrite anything. There we go. Because I dumped that. I dumped that a bunch of times on each side. There we go. It's running after the SPRNF because their name continues. Yeah, I noticed that I was doing it weird there. Yeah. There we go. Command Zelda. There we go. Good. 44 files. None that overwrite. If I care later on, I'll probably want to do like a template for that. But I don't right now. Yeah. And extract. File name structure is side number. File ID? No, file number and file ID, right? Side name, number, side. File number, file ID. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it works for now. Works for now. Why is I supposed to be using 100 gigs? Uh-oh. Must be some very intense Vim sessions. Did your heatsink fall off? Are your fans going crazy? Is it in direct sunlight, like with a magnifying glass? What's going on there? That doesn't sound right. 100 degrees Celsius. All right. Where is this going? Okay, good. Push. I started using my own Git instance a bit more, by the way. Join Discord channel, yes. My fan went crazy. Ah! There you go. Discord. Electron. That'll do it. That'll do it. If you're using the Discord client, that's just a Chrome browser, essentially. But yeah, it's one of those, you know, single screen app things. Okay. Bigger CPU, nice. But yeah, like I said, I've started pushing stuff to my own Git server, and sometimes mirroring it over to GitHub. I'll probably do that with this one as well. Mirror it over to GitHub. I do that with, I think the study block stuff. I think. Yeah, I think I do it with this. Oh, that's nice. Yes, because when I push here, it uploads automatically. Mexico. I forgot I had that on. Yeah, I have some pretty intense blue light filtering. Doesn't hurt my eyes as much. Yeah, I turn it off if I run games or whatever. But I should replace CPU cooler. Hope. Yeah. You should check that it's rated for that CPU, right? Right? Hopefully. Nope. Did you at least check that it can handle it? Well, there's your problem, right? Well, there's your problem. Yeah. Speaking of, by the way, moving away from GitHub, because there's my Microsoft #1, and starting to shove AI everywhere, right? Because of course they are. I'd like to just use my own Git instance, but the one thing that GitHub has that I'd be giving up there is discoverability, right? So there's one that I'm not sure, I'm unsure of, right? So it's a fork essentially of Git with the idea of federating it. What the fuck was it? No, no. What the fuck was it called? I remember what it was called at this point. Connector openings in the chest. Drill. Oh, okay. Get out the Dremel. No. What the fuck? What did I get? Forge Fed, was that it? No. Forjo. That's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of this right here. I don't know if I want to jump to that yet, though. Expensive given that I found the computer in a garbage room. This computer comes with an extra... Yeah. Don't want to pay for that copper heatsink. Yeah. More expensive than free! I understand. I can understand that. I get that. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. But, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll change my instance to that, but I don't know. We'll see. Okay. So, got that working now, I guess. That's what I wanted to do. I want to do that key combo. That's got sudo on. So this, instead, I would want to do Oops. No, it would be disk. Like that. In theory, right? Like the currently loaded disk or whatever. Yeah. For all I know, your CPU might be designed to handle 100 degrees C just fine, so it might not actually be a problem for all I know. Either way, not my business really. I mean, 100C isn't the end of the world. It ain't great, but it ain't the end of the world. I mean, I guess as long as it doesn't start thermal throttling, unless it's a CPU that doesn't have that, which I don't know of any current gen ones that don't, or recent ones that don't. Well, if I'm being honest, I don't know either way, but yeah. So that BIOS never has the NES header on it, right? It's just the raw data. Right? So in theory, read full. I had that issue before when I because I wasn't using read full somewhere, so I was only reading like half of the fucking data. I think it was actually with the FDS reader, the ROM reader. So like none of the data made any goddamn sense. Where the fuck? Read full into the buffer. No, I want read all. So it just returns it. Read all BIOS. Actually, no, it read all BIOS. Okay, yeah. If error is not nil, return format error F. Unable to read BIOS. Oops. If the length of raw BIOS does not equal the length of FDS. No, FDS. Can't do that. Nope. Shit. FDS equals that. 8 times 1024. Nil. Invalid BIOS size of that. 125C max? Oh, that's getting close then. They just coordinated client, but since the old version was still running, it failed the already running startup check, so I had double Discord sessions. That'll do it. Jesus. Yeah. All right. So we're going to return FDS. BIOS is raw BIOS. RAM is going to be make. I don't need to do that, do I? Do I need to initialize that? I will anyway, just for shits and giggles. If you want zeros, then no. Okay. Well. And disk is uninitialized. Because or F. FDS lib. Do that. So I can use FDS everywhere. Load disk. The disk on the side. I think the side would be the index into the sides in that ROM. Yeah. Go guarantees the new active memory holds the 0 value unless I'm. Yeah, I think it does. Yeah. Small. Is that like a laptop? It's a laptop, isn't it? Return an error. Okay. So for this, do I hang on? Because currently I have to do it in 2 steps, don't I? Like I do here, where I read the blocks and then ROM from blocks. I'm gonna want to rename this before I start using it. So that read ROM, I want it to return a ROM. This, I'd want read ROM blocks. And I'll still do the is FDS bit as well. Okay. This guy is going to do locks, paste, reader is FDS. And then what I need to do return that. File path that base and new read ROM file. How about that? File name string. File error equals os dot open file name. Yoink paste os defer file dot close. Yeah. The 800 mini is a 1 liter computer, so 34 ounces. Oh, tiny. Itty bitty. They're doing every except that I want to do. Everything except what you want to do. Working language. I've had that before. Can assign a slice to an array. Without doing that. Or some bullshit, right? Or is it that just the other way around? We're not going to do that yet. Hang on. 'Cause I need to push some stuff. This should work though, right? Make undefined FDS. Freaking what? Not that one. What do you mean not used? Yes, it absolutely is. I didn't write. There it goes. Okay, it still works. Good. Okay. Okay. It still works. That's good. Oh, it's still used. Okay. All right. Okay. So, add command for this list. And reader. Commit. Add ROM, read ROM file. Yeah. This function combines read ROM blocks and read and ROM from blocks into a single function. The other two functions still exist. Okay. Now I can go over here, go mod tidy. God damn it. That's better. Domain format, fair. Amount of return values, 28. And I didn't do anything there. Okay. That's going to be fdslib dot read ROM file. No, if I'm reading the ROM file, I already... Now I've got to update this damn thing. Like that. Okay. Yeah. The file name is already being passed into that. So just check it in there instead of requiring is FDS to be passed separately. There. Video Jumbo, watching a conference talk just about Rust for games. Quite nice to have someone experienced coming in latest trends. Huh. Oh, I missed a bunch of the conversation. I'm sorry. All right. Yeah, something I've always struggled with a bit with like game programming or whatever that I've done on the NES anyway. It has to do a lot with like actual game design because I am dog shit at that. I'm better at the engine stuff, honestly. All right, now I do go mod tidy. It doesn't actually do anything. So how do I update shit? Update all modules. Go get you. Go mod tidy. What? Jonas Ines. Fuck. Where the fuck is that even used? Can't be used in struct literal. 30. Well, I've got... Well, maybe. Hang on. Let's try that. Nope. Okay. So I just... Yoink that. Yeah. That works. Okay. Not enough arguments. The full update didn't work. Oh, God. Because... Oh, God. Oh, God. Symbols. No. Mappers. Fuck. Here. It's under ROM. I changed fucking everything, didn't I? Need to copy the data to the new array. The struct contains the array itself, not a pointer to it. Well, this just works. Also, it just doesn't just panic. Well, I mean, it's breaking in other places, so that's cool. Mappers. INS parse header. Okay, so I need the parse header is there. I haven't touched this code in a while either. Read ROM, read INES. Ew, what? NES ROM. No, is this NES 2.0 or is this? Okay, this includes NES 2 stuff. Current track playing? Oh, I don't have the thing on there. Soaring by Pup Sky with 2 eyes. Soaring. Yeah. Can I? Hang on. Studio mode. Add. Capture. That's the wrong keyboard for that stuff. Okay. That one. Oh. Okay, crop. Not that actually crop, right? A lot of crop there. Give me a sec. Hang on, give me a second. Okay. And then let's go to the bottom. Make it even. Okay. Move that. Right there, like I had it before. And then, whoop. I've had that up there before. I reinstalled a bunch of shit and I forgot to put that back. Yeah, that's what's playing. Right up there. I should probably put that in the other. I'm not gonna worry about it. It's fine. I'll worry about that later. But okay. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, it looks right. What did I say the track name was? I don't remember now. Yeah, that looks right. The fuck? Cancel that. Turn that off. Turn that off. Okay. Anyway. Parse header raw byte. Okay. INS parse header. No. Go NS. That is now ROM parse header. Go mod tidy. Excuse me. There we go. Still not. Oh, fuck. Did I push that? Yes. Okay. Go get you. Go mod tidy. Go build. Base return. Okay, fair. 36. Okay. All right, read on file. For this disk equals, and the error equals. Need the asterisk there. Set side int if side is greater than length of disk dot sides, right? Yes. Return. Or side is less than 0. Well, that doesn't really... I could have aliases for that, I guess, but... no. Side and lend disk sides. Turn down. Got it. Okay. Oh, and that would need to FDS dot disk side equals side. And then the rest of like implementation of the communication between the things. Doesn't really work well when you support multi-disk files. Yeah. So if I just have the number and say, hey, whatever, just make it work yourself, figure it out. It's whatever. But the rest of this now isn't even that. It's almost that. I need control shit. I need to implement that now. And I don't think I want to do that tonight. Because, yeah, I need to... at the very least, I need to implement being able to read from the disk, which requires writing to different addresses, I guess, right? Well, yeah, it requires writing to different... Or it require monitoring and implementing the registers. Which I don't really want to do tonight. Yeah, all banks are fixed. Yeah, character RAM, program RAM, 32K of it. All right. BIOS ROM. Implementing the mapper and implementing it in hardware is a trickier job. Yeah, trickier. Timer IRQ. Does it use IRQs for disk reading? Probably. This guy registers, yep. It's 4030. Disk status register. Timer interrupt IRQ occurred. Unknown interrupt source to do. Name table arrangement. CRC control. CRC pass versus error. Okay, so interesting. All right, so it does the CRC on the drive, not on the RAM adapter then. Okay. End of head. One when disk head is on the most inner track. I thought it was a spiral, not track based. 2C33. That's the CPU in the disk system, right? Right. Then a byte transfer flag. Set every time 8 bits have been transferred between the RAM adapter and the disk drive. Service 4024 and 4031. The register is loaded with the contents of the internal shift register every time the byte transfer flag raises. Shift register receives its serial data via pin 9 of the RAM adapter cable. 2C33 pin 51. Reading this register acknowledges the disk IRQs. What was it? 24? Write data register. Okay. Data register programmed with this will be set the next 8-bit quantity to load in the shift register. Next time the byte transfer flag raises to be shifted out and appear on pin 5 of the RAM adapter cable. Right into this register acknowledges the disk IRQs. Citation needed. The RAM adapter ASIC. Gotcha. Okay. Always at the 1. Unknown. Yay. CRC enabled. Oh. Okay. Interrupt enabled. Generate IRQ every time a byte transfer flag is raised. Interesting. The BIOS and commercial software are known to always write 1 to bit 5. Writing 0 to it alters bits 1 and 2 of the external connector, but its purpose is currently unknown. Supposedly also affects byte transfer IRQs. Oh. Interesting. CRC values are stored on the disk and verified when reading and writing a given file. Disabling the CRC resets its state. The BIOS disables the CRT between file blocks and enables it before accessing each file block to calculate / verify their CRC values. Change the Intel arrangement on the fly. Read, modify, write of its mirror variable should be done to prevent altering unrelated bits. No. Drive status. Disk flag. Disk inserted. Disk not inserted. Ready flag. Disk ready. Disk not ready. Protect flag. Write protected. Write protected. Or disk ejected. Write protect. What determines write protect? The protect flag corresponds to the write protect tab present on the upper left corner of the inserted disk. Set to 1 if the tab is broken. There's a tab on these things? Is that these little bastards down here? These little tabs? Those tabs. Huh. Okay. Interesting. So the tab is broken. Reading this register acknowledges the disk IRQs. Okay. External connector read. Oh. Input from the expansion terminal where there's a shutter in the back of the RAM adapter. Right. Battery status. Battery? Does it? This thing have a battery in it? When a bit is clear on the port, it will read back a 0 here, including battery bit, because of how open collector input works. Battery bit should be checked when the motor is on, otherwise it's always. Oh, the battery in the thing, the C batteries, right? Okay, that's what okay, all right. I was thinking of a battery in the RAM adapter. Yeah. God, then there's the audio shit. Jesus. I haven't done any audio stuff in my emulator, so that'll be all ignored, I think. For now, anyway. That's significantly more complex than the CPU, isn't it? And the CPU even, I think. PC floppies that have a similar write protect tab. The slider. Yeah, I've seen the sliders on them. Yep. Same thing for cassettes, actually. Do I have one that isn't under everything? Yeah, I have one right here. Yeah, there's little tabs up on top here. And there's one right there, and another one right over there for the write protect. Pop that out, and then write protects it. If that's the audio either. Yeah, I've got some PTSD from trying to write my own audio engine. Yeah. Kind of related, by the way, now that I have a tape in my hand. I have, so this is a 90-minute tape. I've got some 30-minute tapes coming in the mail, just to see if recording any study box stuff on that helps with getting it reading on hardware. But I'm not sure when that'll arrive. As long as the audio doesn't do IRQs or other status stuff that the BIOS depends on, I don't know. Does it? Generated by that chip on the RAM card and output. The card. Yeah. Okay. Channel rapidly repeats a wavetable set up by the CPU in a manner similar to channel 3 of the Game Boy, but with more sophisticated modulation. By changing the waveform, the program can have it simulate many different instruments, such as the musical game Octi. Octi? How the fuck do you pronounce that? It's right on the cassette. It's on the cassette, but does absolutely nothing to the cassette. All the devices that have to detect and support it. Yep. Or you could just tape over it, which I have actually done. What the devil? Musical video game developed by Souseiki and released by ASCII Corp. in 1987 for the Family Computer Disk System in Japan. The game was conceived and designed by Toshio Iwai. Okay. Is that the designer in the corner there? Is that her? Or is that someone else? Musical side-scrolling shoot-em-up. What the fuck? Player's picture as a ball for a weapon, which can be fired in 8 directions. Each direction corresponds to a different musical note. The note plays when the player presses the fire button. It is also quantized in time and matches the beat playing in the background. Using weapons, the player can improvise music while playing. Interesting. More intended to stop you from accidentally erasing that specific floppy or tape, than it's to truly protect it. Yeah, it's more of like an oopsie protection than than actual like DRM or anything like that, right? Which I mean that isn't really DRM anyway because it doesn't protect from reading the damn thing, but yeah. It's Bob Haydo, welcome. Completing a certain number of levels unlocks a music editor, which makes it possible for the player to freely compose their own melodies. Oh. Musical shoot 'em up. Hold on, over here. So, okay. IRQ. IRQ does not appear on this page. That is a good sign. So you can probably just completely ignore it. Jesus. Unit tick. Enable when the volume or raw table envelope is ticked by its timer, we'll do one of the following based on that. Jesus. Frequency calculation and timing. Ugh. Although audio processing stuff and generation is something that I do want to get a bit more experience with in code, mainly for study box bullshit. But to be able to like emulate this stuff does not generate error kits. Yeah, yeah. To be able to generate this stuff, I think it'd be kind of neat. I mean, the main reason I want to do audio processing though is to process the study box tapes. And be able to like normalize and get cleaner audio out of them and all that kind of crap. But I've got a lot of research to do for all that bullshit. A lot of math that I need to look up and figure out how to add, I guess. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. The real arcade to worry about is from the DRAM refresh watchdog. What now? Oh God. So he uses dynamic RAM, not static RAM, I guess, in the RAM adapter, which means it needs to be refreshed all the time. Is it refresh in software? Imagine if the easiest way to get the tapes going was to use the FDS audio. That'd be funny. But no, I need to like decode the audio, right? That said, though, the on medium format is MFM. It might even be like the same like setup for that shit. Right? It is MFM, right? Modified frequency modulation. Disk format. What is this? Custom data formats are on the disk. Yeah, each site can hold more than 64K of data. For archive and emulation, dumps of these disks are often preserved using the FTS file format. True disk capacity. The commonly used FTS file format, the disk image size is limited to that many bytes, but does not contain CRCs or gaps. The actual disk capacity is somewhat larger, and there are a few variant disk formats that may have even more capacity. Look at the block format again. This is a different table than the other ones. No, it's not a different table than the other ones. This is that table. Where did I see that MFM? On this page somewhere? Nope. Would have been in there. Some FDS images may omit the header because fuck you. This files the FTS format, but gaps and searches are not included in this image. Most games are an even number of sides. Ports from NROM or one side. Non-commercial FTS games have an odd number of sides, greater than one. These sides come in the following order. Yep. After the last block, a fill side of all zeros. Yeah, the padding. Yep. Which I ignore. What am I doing? I ignore in the parsing. If I see a 0 byte, as like a header. When I expect a header ID, I just move on to the next. So there are variant formats in use. Hopefully you either won't encounter any need for them or can find sufficient docs to implement them without too much trouble. Yeah. Is there a list of that? Item number 20 reserved for FTS. That's widely used for it. Really? Reserved for Famicom disk system and official INES specs. Official INES specs. Official? The mapper number is mostly intended for being internally used by emulators to indicate themselves that they are emulating the FDS hardware. Actual FDS game disk images are normally use the FDS disk format. Mapper number could theoretically be used for the FDS bio ROM image, but this isn't done in practice. Typically stored as NROM if it is dumped from an INS format, or stored as a raw BIOS dump without the INS header, and thus without a mapper number. Yeah. That's what I'm expecting for my stuff. Just raw without any header information. Nintendo 3DS Virtual Console ROM format for support with support for QD, which is TNES. What the fuck? Discovered Nintendo 3DS Virtual Console games. It fills much of the same role as the INS format, but can also encapsulate QD images for FDS games and avoids allegations of having misappropriated a format from the emulation scene. Yep. Yep. The Nintendo downloaded Mario ROM and sell it back to us. Because, yeah, they're going to... The INES header is in the fucking Wii games, which is hilarious. Which... Oh, no, I can see it. The 3DS. Okay, never mind. For some reason, I was thinking of The Virtual Boy. I don't know why I was thinking of that. Yeah. Detecting a sleeping header would be too hard. Just check for 8K size or 8K plus 16 size. I check for the magic number there instead. And I don't bother checking the size of the actual ROM itself. I just care about the contents. I don't check for the, oh, it must be this size and padded. I don't give a shit. I just look for the data. If there's any more data, whatever. Oh, for the BIOS. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Oh well. And then I'd look for the header as well for that. And if I found a header, then I do something different. But it's fine. Yeah. All right. Mapper. TNS codes, not INS codes. Curious what those are. Pokemon size and 8192 byte units. Is that? Yeah, okay. Yep, I just... Alright. For whatever reason, that's not one of the numbers I have memorized. Work RAM. Okay. Mirroring. Mapper controlled. Horizontal, vertical. Okay. Battery. None. Battery present. Used only for FDS games. Purpose unknown. Possibly side count. Pressure 0. Interesting. Mapper numbers. Mapper numbers differ, and Nintendo's own ASIC mappers have a contiguous block. Okay. Zeros NROM. MMC 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. HK ROM, MMC 6. What I like is that the MMC 6 1K of internal PRG RAM with different write enable controls. Ah. This page only explains the differences. See the MMC for okay, yeah. $7,000 at the end. Okay. Mirrored. Or is it mirrored? To 6,000 range? Assigned MC6 from the MC mapper. MC mapper, which is the INS mapper with. This year first appeared in December 1990. A total of 2 commercial games were released using MC6: Star Tropics and Zoda's Revenge, Star Tropics 2. ROM bank. Or that. Oh, what? Okay. Or that, depending... Wait, what? Fix the second last bank. Sure. And then a bunch of PPU stuff. Okay. Oh. 1K switchable. All right. 1K and a 4K range, so 4 mirrors. Oh, yep. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Jail kill, what the hell? This is that one. The German version is loaded. Baseball game. Alright. And that, yes, ROM image consists of modified. ROM image consists of a modified BIOS, followed by QD sides. Size bytes 5 to 9 are 0, but 10 or 11 are used. Interesting. QD sides. So it just uses like the QD format then for that. Interesting. DH's example. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, okay. Example of DS. Oh, that's okay. That's the actual ROM file. Look at the config. Side A. 1A, size that. Start at 0. Energy. Who did you use that here? Why is it up here? Huh? Wait a minute. Oh, Ron PRG. Influenced by the setup? Yeah. I really need to get better at this config format, honestly. I know it well enough that I can get by, but yeah. Alright, that's the header stuff, yeah. Or the... Oh, that's the... Right, the side information, the info block. Right. And the file 0 header, then the file 1 header, file 2 header. Yep. Fine, all that. Is this... Are these, imported? They're imported. Where does it get those? Linker generated. Okay. So is that getting it from that? That size there? You said define equals yes to the link config and have it spit out those concepts. Ah, that's okay. I see. That's what that is. The define. Got it. That's handy. That's very handy. One size. What is the start address, right? Yeah. Really helps with abstracting source code from image data. Yeah. Not just segments. You can do it on memory too. Not just segments. You can also have it generate arbitrary symbols. As long as it allows to load, enables NY by loading the NY enable value directly into the CPU controller register. While the disk loader continues searching for more boot file. Oh, this writes right to 2000. Oh. All right, well. Authorize the license screen bypass. Just put the required copyright message at there. Good luck. Interesting. Maybe some success. You. Skipping the license screen. Ignore it, yep. Let's also write 1 byte to CPU location 2000 increases this file count by 1 without adding another file. Normally, NY is disabled during disk access because it relies on an RQ from the disk drive, but since this enables NY by writing 2000, eventually it will get interrupted by that. This will result in the NY jumping to the NY number 3 vector. So DFA is now the entry point to your program. Alright, is really your reset vector, not your NY number 3 vector as the anticipated expects. Too high file count will cause the bootloader to continue scanning to the end of the disk, giving the NY ample time to fire before the end of boot is reached. The license section will be checked. Huh. Interesting. Alternate technique exists instead of creating a 256 byte. Instead, creating a 256 byte file of that, repeating mirrored writes to the PP registers without doing anything special to the file count. This works on some systems, but notably that may fail on the Power Pack, which is a modified BIOS that may read through such a file too fast for an NMI to trigger. Interesting. All series have been taking control of the system before this would happen. After the last boot files finish loading. Interesting. Interesting. That is a chunky boy, though. Good God. What the fuck? Alright. I wasn't expecting an audio cassette style door there. Jesus. Oh my God. Massive fuck off connector on that thing. Good Lord. So that's why it's so large. One of the reasons, anyways, because it's not pin-based. It's an edge connector, number one. And there's a half a dozen ICs on here. Does the drive itself not have any, like, brains to it? All the brains are in the edge connector? Insane. Anyway, drive is dumb. Yeah. Yeah. Unless it connects to more cartridge. Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Anyway, I need to wrap up. I've been going for 6.5 hours, and I'm tired and getting hungry. So let's find something to raid real quick. But what is next weekend? Oh yeah. I should be around this coming weekend. Normal times. Probably doing more of this bullshit. Probably. I'll probably have more figured out with tracing out this guy here. Probably. We'll see. We'll see. I'll have a better idea probably on other disk system stuff. I may or may not start doing or start implementing some of the registers for the disk system. I don't know yet. We'll see. I guess it depends on how, work goes this week. How terrible it is. What's this person doing? Why is the top channel in this category a guy just staring at his laptop? Cut that out, man. Come on. Yeah, let's go over here. Copy. Anyway, come on there to say hi. Really appreciate it. I will see you guys next week. And yeah, you guys have a good night. Bye-bye. Hit the button though. Give me a second.